Hey guys, tonight we're stepping quietly back into the 1950s, into that soft old America of porch lights, polished shoes, school dances, slow songs and telephones sitting in the hallway where everyone in the house could hear them ring. But tonight we're not only looking at the sweet version of 1950s romance, not just the Letterman jacket, not just the soda fountain, not just the girl with the curled hair waiting by the front door while a young man nervously straightens his collar in the living room. No, tonight we're looking at the rules underneath all of that. The rules about who was allowed to call first. The rules about how late a girl could stay out before people started whispering. The rules about being pretty but not too eager. Friendly but not too forward. Interested but never desperate. The rules that made dating look simple from the outside while quietly turning every movie night, every school dance, every goodnight kiss, and every unanswered phone call into something much heavier than it appeared. Before we go any further, take a quiet second to like the video and subscribe to the Nostalgian, but only if these soft little journeys into old America are the kind of thing you enjoy. It helps keep these stories going, and it tells me that you want more of these slow, hidden histories of the everyday lives people rarely explained out loud. And let me ask you something before we begin. Have you ever heard an older relative talk about dating back then? Maybe your mother, your grandmother, an aunt, a neighbour, or someone who remembered when a boy had to come to the door, meet the parents, and promise to have a girl home by a certain hour. Did they make it sound sweet, strict romantic, a little terrifying? Maybe all of those things at once. If you have a story like that, or if there is a forgotten 1950s rule you want us to explore next, leave it in the comments. I always love reading the little memories people bring here because sometimes the smallest detail, a corsage, a curfew, a telephone call, a look from a father across the room tells us more about the past than any textbook ever could. Now dim the lights a little. Let the room settle. Pull the blanket up. Let the noise of today drift away for a while. Because tonight you are not just hearing about dating and marriage in 1950s America. You are stepping into it. Congratulations. You've just woken up in 1954. You're 17 or 19, or maybe 21, standing at the edge of the life everyone has been quietly preparing you for. Your hair was set last night. Your skirt is pressed. Your lipstick has been checked twice. Your mother has opinions about your dress. Your father has opinions about boys. Your neighbours have opinions about almost everything. And somewhere in the house, perhaps on a small table in the hallway, the telephone is waiting. If it rings, the whole evening might change. If it does not, you are supposed to pretend you are not waiting. That was one of the first quiet lessons of love in the 1950s. A girl could hope. She just had to hope gracefully. This is the first thing to understand about love in this world. It did not belong only to the two people inside it. It belonged to the family name. It belonged to the church pew. It belonged to the school hallway, the neighbourhood kitchen, the front porch, the beauty shop, and the careful little conversations that happened when women lowered their voices over coffee. A date was not simply a date. A date was information. It told people whether a girl was popular, whether she was wanted, whether she was behaving properly, whether her parents were raising her well, whether a boy came from the right sort of home, whether something was becoming serious, and whether serious was arriving at the correct speed. Serious was a word with weight in the 1950s. A serious boy did not just mean a boy who liked you. It meant a boy with prospects, a boy with manners, a boy whose family was known or at least knowable, a boy who might one day wear a suit to work, read the newspaper at breakfast, mow the lawn on Saturday and expect dinner to appear in a cheerful kitchen with curtains you had chosen yourself. A serious boy was not merely a person. He was a possible future, a roof, a mailbox, a driveway, a washing machine, a wedding photograph on the dresser, a life that everyone around you had already agreed was the life a girl should want, and a girl was expected to understand this without appearing to understand it too openly. That was the trick. You were supposed to want marriage but not chase it. You were supposed to be attractive but not vain, friendly but not forward, interested but not eager, fun but not wild, innocent but not childish, capable but not intimidating, pretty enough to be chosen, modest enough to deserve it, and agreeable enough not to frighten away the very future everyone said you were lucky to want. Nobody usually said it that plainly. They said, wear the blue dress. It brings out your eyes. They said, let him call you. They said, don't seem too available. They said, a nice girl doesn't stay out too late. They said, you don't want people to talk. And people did talk. They talked in school hallways beside metal lockers. They talked in church basements while folding napkins for the luncheon. They talked in kitchens while coffee perked on the stove and cigarettes burned slowly in ashtrays. They talked under the dryer hoods at the beauty shop, where a woman could hear more news in 40 minutes than she could read in an entire newspaper. They talked about which girls were popular, which girls were too quiet, which girls were too fast, which girls were too picky, which girls had been pinned, which girls were going steady, and which girls a little worryingly still did not have anyone. The language could sound gentle. The consequences were not always gentle. A girl's reputation was treated like fine china. Beautiful, useful, publicly admired, and always one careless moment away from a crack that everyone would notice forever. A boy could be bold and become interesting. A girl could be bold and become discussed. That was the double standard, though most people did not call it that at the time. They called it common sense. They called it protection. They called it how things were, and how things were had a way of feeling like weather. You did not argue with weather. You dressed for it. So you learned the rules. You learned that the boy was supposed to ask. You could encourage him, of course. You could smile at the right time, laugh at the right moment, stand near the jukebox a little longer than necessary. Ask a harmless question about the homework assignment you already understood. You could create a soft little opening in the air and hope he walked through it. But you did not simply ask him out. Not in many communities. Not if you wanted to appear properly feminine. Not if you wanted the story to begin in the correct order. He called. You answered. Or perhaps your mother answered first because the telephone was in the hallway, not in your bedroom, and privacy was not yet considered a teenage birthright. The phone sat there on a small table, polished and public, a black or cream-coloured object, with a cord that seemed to tie your romantic life to the household itself. When it rang, everyone heard. When you ran to answer, everyone noticed. When you tried to sound casual, everyone knew. There was no private screen, no typed message, no carefully edited reply, no way to stare at 3 little dots and wonder what they meant. You had your voice, that was all, and the voice had to be light. Not too excited, not too flat, pleasant, warm, a little surprised even if you had been waiting all afternoon. You might twist the cord around your finger while he asked whether you wanted to go to the movies on Saturday. You might glance toward the kitchen where your mother was pretending not to listen with the skill of a woman who'd been listening to important things from other rooms for years. You might say yes, but not too quickly. You might ask what time and then repeat it, because repeating the time made the plan feel real. Saturday at 7. There it was, a date. A small word with a whole machinery behind it. Now the preparation began. The dress had to be chosen. Not too formal, not too casual, not too tight, not too plain. The shoes had to make sense. The lipstick had to say you'd made an effort without suggesting that the effort had consumed your entire emotional life since lunch, even if it had. Your mother might come in and look you over with that particular maternal expression that mixed love, strategy, anxiety, and social calculation. She wanted you to look nice. She also wanted you to come home with your reputation intact. Your father might say nothing until the boy arrived. Then he might ask a few questions in the living room, not because he needed the answers exactly, but because the asking established the order of things. Where are you going? What time will you have her back? How are your parents? How is school? The boy stood there in his clean shirt and good shoes, learning that he was not simply taking out a girl. He was borrowing someone's daughter from a household that expected her, returned in the same condition, only perhaps a little more admired. This could be sweet. It could be protective. It could also be suffocating. Often it was all three, because dating in the 1950s had a public face that still looks almost charming from a distance. There were corsages and school dances, drive-in movies and malt shops, boys holding doors, girls writing names in notebooks, couples walking slowly under streetlights, while the rest of the neighborhood settled behind lit windows. There was music coming from car radios. There were pleated skirts and polished shoes. There were photographs where everyone looks impossibly young and somehow already rehearsing adulthood. But beneath that soft surface was a system of expectations moving quietly, steadily, and with great confidence. The system said a girl's youth was brief. The system said beauty had a deadline. The system said marriage was the main story and everything before it was preparation. The system said being chosen proved something, and if no one chose you soon enough, that proved something too. This is where the old romance becomes more complicated. Because many women did want love. Many wanted marriage sincerely. Many wanted children, a home, a husband, a settled life, and the warm security that post-war America promised so generously in its advertisements and television families. These desires were real. They should not be dismissed as false. But desire becomes difficult to read clearly when it grows inside a room where every wall is covered with instructions. Do you want the white dress because you want the white dress, or because every magazine has told you that the white dress is the beginning of being fully seen? Do you want the ring because you love him, or because the ring proves to everyone that your life is moving on schedule? Do you want to be agreeable because kindness matters, or because disagreeing too early might cost you the future you've been told to secure? These were not questions most young women were encouraged to ask out loud in 1954. There was too much to do. There was the date to prepare for, the movie to attend, the hand to allow or not allow, the goodnight moment to manage with the precision of a diplomat handling a border dispute, the smile at the door, the mother waiting in the kitchen, the father pretending to read, the bedroom mirror afterward where you looked at your own face and tried to decide whether the evening had meant what you hoped it meant. And tomorrow perhaps he would call again, or he would not. And if he did not, the world would tell you not to seem disappointed. A girl must never seem too disappointed. Disappointment was private. Hope was private too, though everyone arranged your life around it. So you learn to wait gracefully. You learn to be seen without appearing to ask for attention. You learn to want without reaching. You learn to stand in the warm hallway beside the telephone listening for a ring that might decide the mood of the entire evening, while the house breathed softly around you, and the future sat somewhere nearby, polished and smiling, waiting to be offered by someone else. And before we can understand the date or the dance or the ring or the wedding day, we have to understand the girl herself. The girl who was not simply born into romance. The girl who was trained quietly and carefully to be chosen, Before she ever stood by the hallway telephone waiting for a boy to call, before she ever sat in a movie theatre, wondering whether to let his hand find hers in the dark, before anyone asked whether she was going steady, or whether there might be a ring someday, the 1950s American girl had already been learning the rules for years. Not in one formal lesson, not usually in a room where someone sat her down and said, "This is how to become the kind of girl a man will marry." It was quieter than that. It was in the way her mother corrected her posture while she was setting the table. It was in the way an aunt said, "You'll make some man very happy someday," as if that was the natural destination of a girl's life, the place all roads were supposed to lead. It was in the way teachers praised neatness, sweetness, cooperation, and a pleasant manner. It was in the way magazines showed smiling young women beside ovens, beside cars, beside engagement rings, beside husbands, always beside something that made them look chosen. The lesson arrived gently and then again until it no longer felt like a lesson. It felt like common sense. A girl was not simply raised to grow up. She was raised to become legible, to become understandable to the world around her, to become the kind of young woman whose appearance, manners, voice, and ambitions could be read correctly by parents, neighbours, teachers, boys, and eventually a husband's family. The training began with small things. Sit up straight. Don't chew like that. Smile when someone speaks to you. Don't interrupt. Don't be bossy. Help your mother. Let your brother go first. Cross your ankles. Keep your knees together. Don't make a scene. None of these instructions sounded enormous on their own. They sounded like manners. And in many cases they were manners. Every generation teaches children how to behave, how to move through rooms without injuring one another, how to be considerate, how to be bearable in public. But for girls, in many 1950s households' manners often carried an extra burden. They were not only about kindness, they were about femininity. A boy could be loud and be called energetic. A girl could be loud and be reminded to be ladylike. A boy could take up space and be called confident. A girl could take up space and be told she was showing off. A boy could argue and be called sharp. A girl could argue and be told that boys did not like girls who always had to be right. And perhaps nobody meant harm by saying it. That is part of what makes these rules so powerful. They were often delivered by people who loved her, mothers who wanted their daughters protected, fathers who wanted their daughters respected, teachers who wanted them to succeed according to the standards of the world they actually lived in, grandmothers who had survived their own versions of the same rules and believed not unreasonably that knowing them was better than being punished for not knowing them. So the girl learned. She learned that being liked mattered, not in the ordinary way that everyone wants to be liked, but in a practical, future-shaping way. Being liked by teachers made school easier. Being liked by other girls made social life safer. Being liked by boys made romance possible. Being liked by adults meant you were being raised properly. Being liked by your future in-laws might someday determine whether your marriage began with approval or suspicion. Likeability was not decoration. It was currency, and the girl was taught to spend it carefully. By the time she was old enough to care about boys, she'd already practiced the art of making herself pleasant. Pleasant at the dinner table, pleasant when company came, pleasant when asked to help, pleasant when tired, pleasant when disappointed, pleasant when an adult said something unfair and correcting them would have created more trouble than it was worth. Pleasantness became a kind of polish, something applied over the self before entering public view. And the thing about polish is that after a while people stop seeing the labour. They only see the shine. In the kitchen she watched her mother perform womanhood in its daily form. Maybe her mother wore a house dress in the morning and freshened her lipstick before her father came home. Maybe she planned meals, answered the telephone in a certain voice-remembered birthdays, managed tempers, knew which neighbour was offended and which teacher needed a note. Maybe she did all of this while saying she was fine because fine was the approved atmosphere of the home. The daughter noticed more than anyone thought she noticed. Children always do. She noticed that her father's work was spoken of as work, while her mother's work was spoken of as keeping things nice. She noticed that when guests came over, her mother became brighter, smoother, more careful. She noticed that if her mother was upset, she often became quiet rather than direct. She noticed that the house seemed to run on 1,000 invisible acts, most of them performed by women, most of them treated as natural. And somewhere inside all that noticing, the girl began assembling the future that had been prepared for her. Not because she was foolish, not because she had no imagination, but because every room she entered seemed to point in the same direction. At school, the message was often softer but still present. A good girl was neat. A good girl was cooperative. A good girl did not embarrass the class. She joined clubs, took home economics if it was expected, learned typing if it was useful, studied enough to be respectable, but not always in a way that suggested she intended to compete directly with men. In some communities, ambition was admired in girls when it made them more interesting, more accomplished, more polished. But ambition had to know where to stop. A girl could be smart. She was just not supposed to become difficult about it. She could earn good grades, especially if good grades helped her get into the right college, meet the right people, become the right kind of wife. She could play piano, speak French, read novels, volunteer edit the school paper, organize the dance, manage the yearbook committee with the quiet efficiency of a small corporation. She could be capable in 100 visible ways, but the capability was supposed to fold eventually into marriage. That was the shape of the story. The girl might not have said, "I am being trained to be chosen." She might have said, "I want a nice boyfriend." She might have said, "I hope I get asked to the dance." She might have said, "I want a pretty wedding someday." She might have meant all of it sincerely, but beneath the sincere wishes was a social structure that made being chosen feel like evidence of worth. A boy's attention could lift her mood for days. A lack of attention could become a private verdict. An invitation to a dance could feel like rescue. Watching another girl receive a class ring, a fraternity pin, or a steady boyfriend could produce a strange mixture of happiness, envy, fear, and calculation. The fear was not always dramatic. Often it was small and steady. What if no one asks? What if everyone else is paired off first? What if I am too plain? What if I am too smart? What if I laugh too loudly? What if I said the wrong thing? What if the right boy likes a quieter girl? The world gave her many ways to improve herself, and very few ways to question the contest. There were magazine quizzes, beauty tips, advice columns, and older women with firm opinions. There were rules about hair, rules about skin, rules about waistlines, rules about how to sit in a car, how to dance, how to refuse a kiss without insulting him, how to accept a compliment without seeming vain, how to appear interested without appearing hungry for attention. And hunger was the thing a girl was never supposed to show. She could want. Of course she could want. The entire culture was quietly organized around her wanting marriage, romance, a ring, a home, a child, a place in the world that could be photographed and mailed at Christmas. But wanting had to be wrapped. It had to arrive as sweetness, not strategy, as hope, not demand, as charm, not appetite. A girl who wanted too openly made people uneasy because open wanting revealed the machinery everyone preferred to keep hidden. It showed that romance was not only magic, it was timing, approval, status, beauty, manners, reputation, and the terrible human need to be picked from the crowd and told, yes, you. So she learned to wait in ways that looked natural. She learned to make the waiting attractive. She learned the small theatre of not caring too much. At the soda fountain, she laughed with her friends as if no particular boy mattered. At the dance, she stood close enough to be asked, but not so close that anyone could accuse her of trying. In the school hallway, she noticed who looked at her and trained her face not to reveal that she had noticed. In church, she wore the dress her mother approved of and sang the hymns, while wondering whether the boy 2 pews back had seen her new gloves. This was ordinary life. That is the point. The pressure did not always announce itself as pressure. It was woven into music family Sunday mornings, clean blouses, polished floors, report cards, birthday parties, and compliments from women who had once been girls themselves and were now passing down the map they'd been given. And many girls became very good at following it. They became charming, careful, socially fluent, emotionally observant. They learned to read a room before entering it fully. They learned to sense what adults wanted, what boys liked, what mothers feared, what teachers rewarded, what other girls might punish. They learned to make themselves acceptable without making it look like effort. This was a skill. Nobody called it a skill. They called it being a nice girl. And being a nice girl could be a beautiful thing. It could mean generosity, warmth, courtesy, patience, and the ability to make others feel comfortable. But it could also become a cage lined with compliments, a place where every good quality was praised only when it made her easier for other people to manage. By the time she reached dating age, the girl had already learned that love was not simply about being loved. It was about being approved of, approved by him, approved by his parents, approved by her parents, approved by the girls who watched from across the cafeteria, approved by the women at church who could sense a scandal before it had fully become one, approved by a world that kept telling her she was free to choose while quietly arranging the choices in advance. And so when the phone rang, it was never only a phone ringing, it was a test of everything she'd been taught: her voice, her patience, her charm, her ability to sound pleased but not relieved, her ability to step toward the future without seeming to reach for it. She picked up the receiver. She smiled before speaking because people could hear a smile in the voice. Her mother paused in the kitchen. Her younger brother pretended not to care. The hallway light made the polished floor shine beneath her feet. And for a moment the whole house seemed to listen, because a girl was not just answering a call. She was answering the first question the 1950s had been asking her all along. Would she become the kind of girl someone chose? Before a girl in 1950s, America could be asked to the dance before she could be walked to the front porch under a yellow light. Before she could wonder whether a boy was going to call again, she first had to be noticed. And being noticed was its own art. Not too much, never too much. That was the first rule. A girl was supposed to be pretty enough to catch the eye, but modest enough to make it seem accidental. She was supposed to look fresh, clean, cheerful, carefully put together, but never as if she had worked too hard at becoming any of those things. Beauty was expected. Effort was expected. But visible effort was slightly embarrassing because visible effort suggested desire, and desire was the thing a girl had to keep wrapped in tissue paper. So she learned the performance of naturalness. The hair that looked soft but had been slept on in rollers. The lipstick that looked simple but had been chosen with the seriousness of a legal document. The skirt that looked easy but had been checked in the mirror 3 times to make sure it moved correctly when she walked. The face that looked young and untouched but had been powdered just enough to hide shine because shine was not part of the story. You can imagine her there, standing in a bedroom with pale curtains and a chenille bedspread, the radio low in the background, a compact mirror open on the dresser. She's not going anywhere important yet. Maybe just school, maybe church, maybe the drugstore with her friends after class. But the preparation still matters, because in a world where girls were watched almost constantly, ordinary errands could become stages without warning. A boy might be there, a mother's friend might be there, someone from church might be there, someone might notice. And notice was the beginning of everything. In many middle-class homes, a girl learned early that her appearance was not treated as a private preference. It was a public message. A neat blouse said she came from a careful household. A clean hem said her mother had taught her properly. Brushed hair said she respected herself. A pleasant smile said she was approachable. Too much makeup said something else. Too little said something else. Everything said something. This was exhausting, but it was also normal. That is how these rules survived. They hid inside normal. Her mother might stand behind her and smooth her collar. She might say, "You look nice," in a tone that meant approval had been granted. Or she might say, "Are you sure about that lipstick?" which meant approval had not been granted at all, and the whole outfit was now under review. A mother's advice about beauty could be tender. It could also be strategic. She knew the world her daughter was walking into. She knew how quickly people made judgments. She knew how much easier life could be for a girl who looked right, smiled right, and did not accidentally invite the wrong interpretation. So she corrected the lipstick. She adjusted the hem. She warned against a blouse that pulled too tightly. She said it was for her daughter's own good. And often in the world they lived in, she was not entirely wrong. That was the complicated part. The rules were restrictive, but they are also protective within the system that created them. A girl who ignored them could be punished socially. A girl who followed them could be rewarded. Mothers knew this. Teachers knew this. Older sisters knew this. Even girls who disliked the rules often understood their usefulness. So the girl stood still and let her mother fix the collar. She learned. Beauty in the 1950s had a particular vocabulary. Fresh, pretty, neat, feminine, youthful, ladylike, well-groomed. These words appeared in magazines, in advice columns, in school expectations, in the approving language of adults who believed they were simply describing a nice girl. The ideal was not dramatic, at least not for everyday life. It was managed sweetness, a bright face, a clean line, a waist if possible, a skirt that moved, shoes polished enough to suggest care but not wealth beyond one station. Even rebellion had a costume, and most girls knew exactly how far they could push it before the adults around them stopped calling it style and started calling it concern. A ponytail could be cute. A tight sweater could be risky. A little lipstick could be grown up. Too much lipstick could become a family discussion. A girl learned that the line between pretty and improper was thin, movable, and usually decided by someone else. At school, this line followed her through the halls. The popular girls seemed to understand it naturally, though, of course, nothing about it was natural. They had simply learned the code earlier, or had older sisters or mothers who had the time and money to help them practice. They knew how to wear the cardigan, how to fold the scarf, how to write a boy's name in the margin of a notebook without making it look like a confession, how to stand in a group in a way that made them visible but not available to everyone. The less confident girls watched. They watched the popular girls at lockers in cafeterias outside gymnasiums before dances. They watched how boys approached them, how they laughed, how they tilted their heads, how they pretended not to be waiting for attention, while organizing themselves almost entirely around receiving it. This was not stupidity. This was social training, and it began long before anyone called it dating. For some girls especially, those outside the narrow mainstream ideal shown in many magazines, the rules were even heavier. Girls from working-class families, black girls, immigrant daughters, Jewish girls in communities where they were excluded from certain clubs or circles, girls whose bodies or hair or accents or clothes did not match the approved picture, all had to navigate beauty through additional layers of judgment. The 1950s did not offer one single girlhood. It offered many arranged unequally, with different doors open and different doors quietly closed. But almost everywhere, in one form or another, girls learned that being noticed correctly mattered. Correctly was the key. A girl did not want to be invisible. Invisibility could feel like failure. But the wrong kind of visibility could become dangerous to her reputation. She wanted to be seen as pretty, not vain. Sweet, not simple. Fun, not fast. Mature, not experienced. Desirable, but somehow innocent of her own desirability. This required constant calibration. The smile could not be too wide at the wrong joke. The dress could not be too fitted for the wrong occasion. The glance could not linger too long. The laugh could not sound too hungry for approval. A girl had to send signals and then pretend she had not sent them. She had to invite attention in a way that allowed everyone, including herself, to believe the attention had simply arrived. The dance made all of this visible. Imagine a school gymnasium on a Friday night. Crepe paper decorations, waxed floor, folding chairs along the wall, a punch bowl on a table watched over by adults who are pretending not to supervise too closely. The girls arrive in dresses chosen with care and anxiety. The boys arrive in jackets or clean shirts trying to look older than they are. The music begins, and now the entire room becomes a test. The girls stand together talking in little clusters, pretending the evening is casual. It is not casual. Everyone is counting. Everyone is noticing who gets asked to dance first, who gets asked twice, who stays by the wall too long, who seems too excited, who seems too cold, who has learned how to accept a boy's approach with just the right balance of surprise and pleasure. The girl who is asked smiles, not too much. She walks onto the floor. She places her hand where it is supposed to go. She follows his lead because following was more than a dance instruction. It was a rehearsal. The boy guides. The girl responds. The boy initiates. The girl accepts, redirects, softens, encourages, or refuses gently enough that he can survive the refusal without anger or humiliation. This was a lot to ask of a teenager in a dress she was not supposed to wrinkle, but she learned. Girls learned how to make boys feel comfortable even when they were uncomfortable themselves. They learned how to step back without seeming rude, how to say no without sounding sharp, how to say yes without sounding too eager, how to be admired without appearing to seek admiration, how to become the mirror in which a boy could see himself as confident, charming, and in control. And if she did it well, people called her lovely. Lovely was a powerful word. It meant more than pretty. Pretty was the face. Lovely was the whole arrangement. Lovely meant she knew the rules. Lovely meant she'd absorbed the discipline so completely that it looked like grace. Lovely meant mothers approved. Boys noticed, teachers trusted, and other girls understood she was becoming someone the world might reward. But inside the loveliness there could be a small private tension, because to be constantly aware of being seen is not the same as being known. A girl might stand in front of the mirror after the dance, unpinning her hair, wiping away the lipstick, looking at the face underneath the face she had worn all evening. She might replay each moment. Did she laugh too loudly? Did she dance too close? Did he notice her? Did everyone notice that he noticed her? Did she seem happy enough? Did she seem too happy? No one had slapped a rulebook down on her desk. No one had needed to. The rulebook was everywhere. It was in her mother's voice, in the magazines on the coffee table, in the older girls at school, in the boys who rewarded some behaviours and mocked others, in the church ladies who could say she's growing up fast with a smile that did not feel like a compliment, in the mirror itself, which had become less of an object and more of a supervisor. And still there was pleasure in it too, that must be said. There was pleasure in the dress, in the careful curl, in the first real lipstick, in being looked at by someone you hoped would look at you, in walking into a room and feeling for one brief shining second that you had managed the impossible balance. Pretty but modest, seen but safe, wanted but respectable. The pleasure was real. So was the pressure. They lived together in the same compact mirror, the same powder puff, the same pink bedroom light, and tomorrow morning when the dance was over and the dress had been hung back in the closet, the girl would return to ordinary life with one more piece of knowledge tucked quietly into place. She would know a little more about what got rewarded, a little more about what got whispered about, a little more about the difference between being noticed and being noticed correctly. Because in the 1950s, Rules of Love Beauty was not only beauty, it was a signal. Modesty was not only modesty, it was protection. And being noticed was not the beginning of freedom. It was the beginning of being watched more closely. A date in 1950s, America looked simple if you only saw it from the sidewalk. A boy came to the door. A girl appeared in a dress chosen with care. A mother smiled from the kitchen. A father asked what time they would be back. Then the young couple walked toward the car or toward the bus stop or down the street beneath the porch lights, and for a moment the scene looked almost weightless. Just two young people going somewhere together. But it was never only that. A date was a small public announcement. It told the family, the neighbourhood, the school, and sometimes the church that something had begun, or might begin, or was being tested to see whether it deserved to begin. A date was romance, yes. But it was also evidence. Evidence that a girl was wanted. Evidence that a boy was serious enough to appear at the front door. Evidence that both families were willing at least for one evening to let the arrangement be seen. And in the 1950s being seen mattered. A great deal of courtship happened under observation, not always direct observation, not always with someone sitting in the back seat, though that happened too. But observation lived in the structure itself. The phone call was heard, the pickup was witnessed, the destination was named, the curfew was set, the return was expected. Even when a couple was technically alone, the rules came along with them like a quiet third passenger. You can picture it now. It is Saturday evening. The house has been moving toward this moment all afternoon. The girl's dress has been laid out on the bed. Her shoes are waiting near the closet. The bathroom smells faintly of hairspray powder soap and the warm metal scent of curling pins. Her mother has already come in once to say the neckline is fine, and then again to say perhaps a cardigan would be wise. The girl has pretended not to be nervous, which everyone understands as part of the ritual. The boy arrives at 7, not 7:15, 7. Punctuality is not just politeness here. It is character evidence. A boy who arrives late without a very good reason has already said something about himself before he opens his mouth. A boy who arrives exactly on time has shown that he understands the arrangement. He is not only taking a girl to the movies, he's entering a household with standards. He knocks because honking from the driveway is not the right beginning. Not for a girl whose parents expect proper treatment. Not for a first date. Not if he wants to be considered the kind of boy a family might approve of. He steps into the living room where the furniture has been arranged for years but suddenly feels like a waiting room. He shakes hands if the father offers one. He answers questions. He laughs lightly at a joke that is not quite a joke. The girl enters. This is also part of the theatre. She does not rush down the stairs as if her whole life has been waiting for this one evening, even if part of it has. She appears. She smiles. She says hello in a voice that has been practiced into calmness. The boy looks at her and says she looks nice. He's been told to say this, or he knows instinctively that it should be said. She says thank you, and perhaps looks down for just a second because receiving admiration too directly can feel almost as risky as seeking it. Then the instructions begin. Be home by 10:30, or 11. Or if the family's more relaxed, midnight, though midnight carries its own dramatic weather. The mother may say, have a good time in a tone that includes 17 additional sentences. The father may say, drive carefully, which means drive carefully, but also means I am trusting you with something that matters to me, and you should feel the weight of that. The door closes, and now the date begins. Except the date has been happening all day. It happened while the girl chose the dress. It happened while the boy borrowed the family car or cleaned his own. It happened while he checked the money in his wallet because paying was part of the masculine performance, expected in many circles. It happened while her mother decided whether to wait up, and his mother reminded him not to forget his manners. It happened in all the small preparations that turned a simple evening into a rehearsal for adulthood. Where they went depended on age, place, class, and community. A movie, a school dance, a church social, a soda fountain, a football game, a drive-in, a diner with bright counters and chrome stools where the milkshakes were tall, and the booths allowed just enough privacy to feel exciting without being truly private. But wherever they went, the date had rules. The boy opened the door. The girl thanked him. He paid, or at least offered to pay. She did not order the most expensive thing unless she'd been raised in a world where that was expected, and everyone understood the cost of the performance. In many ordinary middle-class settings, she ordered modestly. A hamburger, a Coke, popcorn at the movies, something that said she was pleased to be taken out but not taking advantage. This too was a skill. A girl had to be gracious without seeming demanding. A boy had to be generous without seeming foolish. Both of them were performing roles they had learned from parents' movies, magazines, older siblings, and the general atmosphere of the decade, which had very clear ideas about how masculinity and femininity should behave when seated across from one another in a booth. The conversation had to move lightly. School, music, friends, the movie, the weather. A teacher they both knew, a joke heard earlier in the week. Nothing too heavy, nothing too strange. A girl could be intelligent, but she learned to distribute intelligence carefully like perfume. Enough to be interesting. Not so much that the boy felt cornered by it. A boy could be nervous, but he had to cover it with confidence, or at least with the attempt at confidence, because his role required initiative. He asked. He drove. He paid. He guided the evening forward. And the girl responded. That was the dance before the dance, he suggested. She agreed, or gently redirected. He reached for her hand. She allowed it, or shifted slightly, or pretended not to notice until the moment passed. He leaned closer. She measured the room, the hour, the reputation at stake, her own desire, her fear of seeming cold, her fear of seeming fast, and the particular boy sitting beside her, who might be kind or might not be, who might understand a boundary, or might make it into a test. This was the part the photographs never showed. The constant calculation. Because date was supposed to be fun, and often it was. There was real pleasure in it. The glow of the marquee outside the movie theatre, the feel of a coat placed around your shoulders, the taste of a cherry coke shared through 2 straws, the little thrill of walking beside someone who had chosen at least tonight to be beside you, the smell of aftershave gasoline wool popcorn lipstick and cold night air. These things were real. The sweetness was real. But it sat beside something less visible. A girl had to manage the evening's emotional temperature while appearing not to manage anything at all. She had to be warm enough to be worth asking out again, but careful enough to remain respectable. She had to protect his feelings when refusing what she did not want, because a wounded male ego could become its own danger. She had to protect her reputation from him, from herself, from witnesses, from rumours, from the possibility that one small moment might travel farther than the truth ever could. A date was not just 2 people discovering each other. It was 2 people moving through a corridor built by everyone else. At the movies, the rules became softer and more complicated. The lights went down, the screen lit up. The public room became dark enough to feel private. Hands found each other in the space between seats. Shoulders touched. A girl watched the film and also did not watch it. She was aware of his arm, his breathing, whether he would try to put that arm around her, whether she wanted him to, whether wanting him to made things more dangerous or simply more alive. A boy might believe he was being romantic. A girl might be conducting a full moral, social and emotional inventory in silence. That was often the difference. Afterward there might be food. There might be a slow drive home. There might be a stop at the lookout or the lake or the quiet stretch of road where other couples parked, though parking carried its own reputation and will deserve its own quiet room in this story. There might be nothing more dramatic than conversation under a street lamp, which could still feel enormous if the right boy said the right thing. Then came the return. The return mattered almost as much as the departure. The car stopped outside her house. The porch light was on. It had been on for some time. Inside, someone might still be awake. Perhaps her mother sat at the kitchen table with a magazine open and unread. Perhaps her father had gone to bed but left his disapproval available in the air just in case it was needed. The girl knew that the timing would be noticed. 5 minutes early was safe. 5 minutes late could be explained. 20 minutes late became a conversation. At the door, the goodnight moment arrived. It had to be handled carefully. A smile, a thank you, perhaps a kiss, perhaps not. If there was a kiss, what kind? How long? Was it visible from the window? Did it promise something? Did it give too much away? Did it give too little? Would he call again? Would she want him to? Would he tell his friends? Would she tell hers? Would the story of this date remain soft and private, or would it become part of the larger machinery by Monday morning? She stepped inside. The house was quiet but not unaware. Her mother might appear tying a robe at the waist, asking casually whether she had a nice time. Casually was a costume. Everyone knew it. The girl might say yes. She might offer a few details. Not all of them. Never all of them. A girl was allowed some mystery, but not too much privacy. She carried the rest upstairs with her, along with the smell of the night air on her cardigan, and the feeling of being both older and not older at all. In her bedroom she took off the earrings. She brushed her hair. She looked at herself in the mirror and tried to read the evening like a message written in code. Was it a good date? Would there be another? Had she done it correctly? That was the hidden question beneath so much 1950s romance. Not simply did I enjoy myself, but did I do it correctly? Because the date had never been just a date. It had been an audition, a test, a performance, a hope, a risk, a public signal and a private weather system all at once. It had been a small evening carrying the weight of an entire future. And somewhere, perhaps in another house, a few streets away, the boy was being asked how it went too. But his question was different. His world had taught him to ask whether he liked her. Her world had taught her to wonder whether she had been liked enough. And that difference would shape almost everything that came next, beginning with the oldest rule of all. The boy had to ask, and the girl had to wait. The boy had to ask. That was the rule. It sounded simple, almost charming, the sort of thing people later remembered with a soft little smile. He called. He knocked. He bought the movie tickets. He asked her to dance. He asked if he could see her again. He asked her father for permission eventually if the story moved that far, and if the family expected that kind of ceremony. The boy moved the story forward. The girl waited for the story to come to her. That was the arrangement, and it shaped almost everything. Not because girls had no feelings. They had plenty of feelings. Sometimes too many for the rules they were given. They could hope, wonder, long scheme, notice, compare, and replay a 5-minute conversation for the rest of the afternoon with the focus of a detective. They could want very clearly. They could know exactly which boy they hoped would call. They just had to make the wanting look like patience. This was one of the quiet skills of 1950s girlhood. The ability to participate in romance without appearing to direct it. To send a signal without seeming to send one. To open the door without touching the handle. A girl could smile across the room. She could drop a handkerchief in the older movie version of this ritual, though by the 1950s that was already beginning to feel theatrical. She could ask about homework, linger at her locker, praise his car, laugh at his joke, ask whether he was going to the game on Friday. But she was not supposed to be the one who said plainly, directly, "Would you like to take me out?" Not in many middle-class communities. Not if she wanted the story to remain safely inside the approved script. Because asking was not just asking. Asking was authority. It meant the person asking had stepped into the open air and declared a desire. And in the 1950s, boys were often trained to treat desire as initiative, while girls were trained to treat desire as something to be managed, hidden, translated into charm, and then denied if necessary. A boy who asked for what he wanted was becoming a man. A girl who asked too openly for what she wanted risked becoming a problem. So she waited. She waited after school dances. She waited after church socials. She waited after a boy walked her home and said he had a nice time. She waited after a drive-in movie where his shoulder had touched hers and the whole evening seemed to lean towards something unnamed. She waited after he said, "I'll call you," with the casual confidence of someone who did not have to live inside the waiting. The phrase itself was almost cruel in its softness. "I'll call you." 3 little words that could turn a house into a listening device. The telephone sat in the hallway or on a small table near the stairs or in the kitchen where the family traffic moved around it all day. It was not private. It was not personal. It belonged to the household. And when a girl was waiting for a call, the household seemed to know before she admitted it. Her mother might become slightly too casual. Her brother might make a joke. Her father might ask why she kept passing through the hall. She was not passing through the hall. She was orbiting the future. Every ring had to be answered with care. Too fast and everyone knew she'd been waiting. Too slow and someone else might pick it up. Her mother might answer and speak in that bright, controlled adult voice that could turn even a simple teenage phone call into a small social interview. Her father might answer and make the boy identify himself before handing over the receiver as if the call were crossing a border. And then there was the girl's voice. It had to sound light, not breathless, not cold, not too relieved. She had to sound as if the call was pleasant but not necessary, as if she had been living a perfectly full and interesting life, in the 15 minutes since dinner, and the possibility of his voice had not shaped the entire room. This was acting. Nobody called it acting. They called it being a girl. If he asked her out, she could say yes, but even yes had rules. Yes could not tumble out too quickly. Yes could not sound like rescue. Yes had to be warm, maybe a little surprised, maybe slightly playful. She could say, "That sounds nice," or "I think I'd like that," or "Let me check with my mother," which was both practical and useful because it gave the household its formal place in the ritual. Even a yes did not fully belong to her. The family had to approve. The time had to be reasonable. The destination had to be known. The boy had to be acceptable enough. And if he was not, the girl might be told she was not going, though the refusal would often be dressed in softer fabric. Too late, too far, not on a school night. We don't really know his family. Maybe another time. Another time could mean never. Girls learned to read that too. The waiting did not end once the date was arranged. It simply changed costume. She waited for him to arrive. She waited for him to open the door. She waited for him to choose the direction of the evening. She waited for him to suggest a second Coke, a walk, a dance, a stop after the movie. She waited for him to reach for her hand, and then she had to decide whether to allow it. She waited for him to call again afterward. She waited for the pattern to become clear. Was this a date? Was it the beginning of going steady? Was he seeing other girls? Was she supposed to see other boys? Had he told his friends? Had he meant what he said? The 1950s gave boys the burden of initiative, and that was not always easy for them. A shy boy could suffer under the rule as much as a girl could. He had to risk rejection openly. He had to walk across the gymnasium floor while everyone watched. He had to call the house and survive the father's voice. He had to pay plan, drive, decide, and appear more certain than he felt. The script did not ask boys whether they were comfortable with this role. It simply handed it to them and called it masculine. But the girl's burden was different. His risk was the embarrassment of asking and being refused. Her risk was the slow erosion of waiting to be asked at all. There is a particular kind of powerlessness hidden inside being desirable but not directive. It asks you to polish yourself, improve yourself, soften yourself, place yourself in the right rooms, say the right things, smile at the right moments, and then pretend the outcome is not in your hands. You become very skilled at influence without authority. You learn to steer from the passenger seat and then thank the driver for choosing the road. This is where many young women became extraordinarily perceptive. They had to. They learned to read boys in fragments. The way he looked at her in the cafeteria, whether he waved from across the parking lot, whether his friends went quiet when she passed, whether he mentioned Saturday without naming a plan, whether he called early in the week, which suggested intention, or late on Friday, which suggested either spontaneity or poor planning, or that someone else had said no first. Girls knew these distinctions. They discussed them with the seriousness of diplomats studying a treaty. At lunch tables, in bedrooms, on front steps, and in whispered phone calls after homework was supposedly finished, girls analysed everything. A phrase, a pause, a dance, a ride home, the exact meaning of "maybe I'll see you there." They had very little formal power in the dating script, so they developed interpretive power instead. They became experts in tone, and still the official story remained simple. He asks, she answers. That simplicity made everything look orderly from the outside. It preserved the appearance of male confidence and female modesty. It let adults feel that romance was proceeding according to recognizable lines. It gave parents a structure they understood. It gave boys a role to perform and girls a role to perfect. But life inside those roles was rarely simple. A girl might like a boy who never asked. She might be asked by a boy she did not like and then have to refuse without seeming cruel. She might accept because saying no felt too harsh, then spend an evening being polite to someone she had no wish to encourage. She might be warned not to turn down too many invitations because boys would stop asking. She might be warned not to accept too many because people would talk. There was no position that could not be judged. Too available, too aloof, too eager, too proud, too popular, too invisible. A girl had to occupy the narrow strip of land between all these accusations and make it look like a garden. When a boy finally did ask, the relief could be immense, not only because she liked him, though she might, but because being asked confirmed that the system had noticed her. It proved at least for one evening that she had not failed the invisible contest. She had been selected from the hallway, the church group, the cafeteria, the row of girls standing along the gym wall. Selection could feel like romance because in that world romance and selection were braided tightly together. And if he did not ask, she had to absorb the disappointment quietly. She could tell a friend. She could cry into a pillow after everyone was asleep. She could decide she had never cared in the first place. She could transfer her hope to someone else. But publicly she had to remain composed. Waiting had its own posture. Head up, voice pleasant, schedule apparently full. No bitterness, no visible hunger. The most painful part was that everyone pretended waiting was passive. It was not passive. Waiting was work. It required memory restraint, self-command, emotional editing, and the ability to sit beside a silent telephone while pretending to read a magazine whose words had stopped making sense 20 minutes earlier. It required hearing the phone ring, letting it ring once more, then instinct allowed picking it up, and sounding like a girl who'd not been standing near it for half the evening. It required hope with manners. And hope with manners may be one of the most 1950s things that ever existed. So when we look back at those old scenes, the boy at the door, the girl on the stairs, the father in the living room, the mother listening from the kitchen, we should notice the choreography. We should notice who moves first and who must appear moved, who asks and who waits, who risks rejection in public, and who risks disappointment in silence. Because beneath the sweetness of old-fashioned courtship was a very careful distribution of power, and the girl understood it. She may not have had the words for it yet. She may not have called it unfair. She may not even have wanted to change it, not exactly because the whole world she knew had been built around this rhythm, and rhythm can feel comforting even when it keeps you in place. But somewhere in the quiet hallway beside the telephone she knew. The boy had to ask. The girl had to wait. And once he did ask, the waiting did not disappear. It simply moved to the porch where parents' curtains, curfews, and neighbours would begin their own quiet part of the story. The porch was one of the most important rooms in 1950s romance, even though it was not quite a room. It was outside, but not fully outside. Private enough to whisper, public enough to be watched. Close enough to the street for neighbours to notice, close enough to the living room for parents to hear the floorboards creak. It belonged to the house, but it also belonged to the neighbourhood. And because of that, it became one of the great stages of old-fashioned courtship. A boy could walk a girl to the porch. He could stand with her under the light. He could say he had a nice time. He could lean in, perhaps, if the evening had earned that kind of ending. But the porch did not let anyone forget where they were. Behind the girl was the front door, and behind the front door was the family. Somewhere inside, a mother might be rinsing a cup slowly in the kitchen sink. A father might be turning a newspaper page he'd already read. A younger sibling might be sitting halfway up the stairs, listening with the shameless dedication of childhood. The house seemed quiet. It was not asleep. It was supervising. This was one of the hidden rules of 1950s dating. Romance was allowed, encouraged even, but it had to pass through the household first. A girl did not simply belong to herself in the modern sense, not yet. She was still part of a family unit, a family reputation, a father's authority, a mother's judgment, and a neighbourhood's opinion. To date her was to enter that circle, and to enter that circle meant accepting that other people had a claim on the evening. Parents did not always need to be harsh to be powerful. Sometimes all they had to do was be present. A mother standing in the doorway with a soft smile could change the temperature of an entire good night. A father clearing his throat from inside the living room could send two teenagers apart faster than any sermon. A porch light switched on at 10:30 could say more than a paragraph. It could say the evening is over. It could say we trusted you. It could say do not make us regret it. The porch light was not only a light, it was a boundary. For many girls, this kind of supervision began long before the date itself. A boy's name might be discussed at dinner, not dramatically perhaps, just a question from the mother while passing the potatoes. Whose son is he? Does he go to your school? What does his father do? Is that the family on Maple Street? Wasn't his sister in your cousin's class? Each question sounded casual. Together they formed a background check. The 1950s family could be remarkably skilled at gathering information without appearing to gather information. A boy came with context. He came with parents, a church, a school record, a reputation among other boys, a car that may or may not have been considered safe, and a general impression that adults formed quickly and trusted perhaps more than they should have. A girl might see a smile and a clean shirt. Her parents saw a possible influence, a possible danger, a possible husband, or a possible mistake. And because marriage was treated as the eventual destination of respectable dating, even an early date could be assessed through a much longer lens. Is he serious? Is he from a good family? Is he polite? Does he have plans? Will he treat her properly? These questions hovered over simple evenings like weather. The father's role in this ritual could vary. Some fathers were warm and teasing, the kind who made a boy feel nervous but not unwelcome. Some were quiet, letting their silence do the work. Some were stern in ways that made the front hallway feel like a courtroom. Some barely seemed involved until a rule was broken, and then their authority arrived all at once, heavy and unmistakable. But even the gentler fathers often represented something larger than themselves. They represented permission. A boy who came to the door instead of honking from the driveway understood this. He was not just being polite. He was submitting briefly to inspection. He stood under the hallway light in his jacket, his hair combed, his shoes cleaned if he had any sense, and he let the family see him. The father might ask where they were going. The mother might ask whether he wanted a glass of water. The girl might stand nearby wishing everyone would hurry up, and also wanting the ritual to go well, because the ritual mattered. A boy who handled parents gracefully gained something. A boy who did not lose something. Girls noticed this too. They noticed whether he looked their mother in the eye, whether he called their father sir, whether he laughed too loudly, whether he seemed irritated by the questions, whether he behaved as if family supervision was an insult or simply part of the evening. In that small living room interview, a girl could learn more than she expected. Sometimes the supervision was protective in the truest sense. Parents did worry about their daughter's safety. They knew even if they spoke in softer language that girls could be pressured, judged, blamed, and harmed in ways boys often were not. A curfew, a known destination, a requirement that a boy come inside first, these could all function as safeguards in a world that placed the moral burden of romance heavily on the girl. But protection and control often wore the same coat. A girl might be protected from real risks and also prevented from developing her own judgment. She might be kept safe and kept small at the same time. She might be told that the rules existed because she was precious, while slowly learning that being precious meant being watched, guarded, corrected, and returned home before the neighbours had reason to speak. The neighbours were part of it. In a 1950s neighbourhood, especially in smaller towns and close suburban streets, observation could be constant without being official. Curtains moved, porch lights glowed, lawns were watered, dogs were walked, cars were noticed. A strange boy's car parked too long in front of a house could become a detail someone remembered. A girl dropped off late could become something mentioned lightly the next morning. Not cruelly necessarily, sometimes almost kindly. But the mention happened. That was enough. A girl knew this when she stood under the porch light. She knew the night had witnesses even when no one was visible. She knew how a scene could look from across the street. A boy standing too close. A long silence. A kiss that lasted too long. A car door closing after curfew. These things might not mean anything in the private truth of the evening. But reputation was not built from private truth. It was built from what could be seen repeated and arranged into a story. And stories travelled. They travelled through mothers, through girls at school, through church women, through fathers who heard things from other fathers and pretended not to care about gossip while remembering it perfectly. A girl's life could become a shared narrative in a community that believed it was merely concerned for her. So she learned how to stand. That sounds small, but it was not. She learned how far to stand from a boy at the door, how to angle her body so warmth did not look like invitation, how to accept a goodnight kiss in a way that kept it sweet and brief, how to step back before the moment changed category, how to open the door before anyone inside decided to open it for her. She learned the timing of modesty. Too quick an escape and the boy might feel rejected. Too long a pause and someone might wonder. This was the narrow corridor. The porch made it visible. Inside the house, the mother often waited with questions. Not all at once. That would be too obvious. She might ask whether the movie was good, whether many people were there, whether he was nice, whether he drove carefully. The girl might answer while taking off her gloves, hanging up her coat, reaching for a glass of water she did not need. She would give enough information to reassure, but not enough to surrender the whole evening. A daughter's privacy in this world was negotiated, not assumed. Her mother might understand more than she said. She had once stood under a porch light too. She'd once waited for a call, managed a hemline, softened a refusal, wondered whether a boy meant what he said. She knew the dangers, she knew the sweetness, she knew the way a young heart could outrun common sense, and the way common sense could sometimes trample a young heart. So she watched, perhaps too closely, perhaps because no one had watched closely enough when she was young. That is how rules survive between generations, not only through cruelty, often through fear, through memory, through love that does not know how to become trust. The father might not ask for details, he might only note the time. 10:28. Acceptable. 11:05. Not acceptable. A clock could become a moral instrument. The girl knew whether she had made curfew. The household knew. The boy knew too if he had any awareness at all. Bringing her home on time was not just a logistical matter. It was a statement of respect toward the family and indirectly toward the girl's future ability to go out again. One late return could tighten the rules for weeks. One careless boy could make the next boy's path harder. And yet within all this supervision, young people still found moments that belonged to them. They found them in the walk from the car to the porch, in the second after the door closed but before the mother appeared, in the shadow beyond the porch light, in the shared smile when a father asked a question that both of them had expected, in the tiny rebellion of standing one stair lower so their faces were closer, in the quiet thrill of knowing everyone was watching and still feeling for a brief moment alone. That is the strange tenderness of this world. The rules were everywhere, and still romance found its cracks. A hand brushed against another hand. A note was folded into a textbook. A glance lingered across a church basement. A porch. Good night lasted 3 seconds longer than it was supposed to. The system could supervise behavior. It could shape choices. It could frighten, guide, protect, and restrain. But it could not fully prevent longing from doing what longing has always done, which is make even the most ordinary doorway feel like the edge of a new life. So the porch remained, half stage, half checkpoint, a place where a girl was returned to her family, but not exactly the same girl who'd left a few hours earlier. She had been seen. She'd been chosen for the evening. She'd been measured by the boy, by her parents, by the clock, by the neighbours, and by herself. She stepped inside, carrying all of it quietly, while the porch light stayed on behind her for a few more minutes, glowing over the empty steps. And tomorrow, if the date had gone well, the questions would begin again. Would he call? Would he ask again? Would this become something? And if it became something, the supervision would not disappear. It would simply change its name. People would begin to call it going steady. Going steady sounded sweet. It sounded simple, almost innocent, like something written in blue ink on the back of a yearbook photograph. A boy and a girl had been seeing each other often enough that the world around them began to expect them together. They went to the dance together. They sat near each other at the football game. He drove her home from church socials. She knew which jacket was his before he entered the room. He knew which ribbon she wore in her hair when she wanted to look especially nice. And then at some point the question became unavoidable. Were they going steady? In 1950s teenage life, going steady was more than dating but not yet engagement. It was a small private promise made public enough for everyone else to measure. It meant that a boy and a girl were for the time being each other's person. He was not supposed to ask out other girls. She was not supposed to accept dates from other boys. Their names began to travel together in conversation, as if one had become part of the other's description. You did not simply say Mary. You said Mary and Bill. You did not simply ask whether Susan was coming. You asked whether Susan and Tommy were coming. This could feel wonderful. For a girl who had spent years being taught to wait, gracefully being chosen steadily could feel like relief. No more wondering who would ask her to the dance. No more standing in the gym with her friends while pretending not to count how many girls had already been led onto the floor. No more waiting by the telephone with that awful calm face pretending the entire household was not listening for the same ring. Going steady gave shape to the uncertainty. It gave her a place. And in a world that made a girl's romantic status feel like evidence of value, having a place could feel like being able to breathe. There might be a token, a class ring worn on a chain around her neck, a Letterman sweater draped over her shoulders, a fraternity pin for older girls in college circles carrying a meaning somewhere between romance and social announcement. These objects mattered. They were not only accessories, they were proof. Visible, wearable proof that someone had chosen her in a way other people were meant to recognize. The class ring was often too large for her finger, so she wrapped it with yarn or tape until it fit. That detail alone tells you almost everything. A boy's ring made smaller by a girl's careful work, worn as a symbol of belonging. It was tender. It was also a little strange. The ring was his, but it marked her. The sweater was his, but she wore it. The public sign of the relationship often appeared on the girl's body. She became the announcement, and people noticed. They noticed whether she wore his ring every day, whether she took it off after a quarrel, whether he still walked her to class, whether they sat together at lunch, whether she seemed happy, whether he seemed attentive, whether something had shifted. A steady couple was considered stable, but that stability brought its own surveillance. Once a relationship became public, it became community property in a way that casual dates had not quite been. People began to have opinions. Some mothers approved. Going steady could keep a girl away from too many boys, which sounded safer. It gave the family one boy to know one set of parents, to evaluate one pattern to supervise. Other mothers worried. Going steady too young could make things too intense. It could encourage too much time alone. It could narrow a girl's social world before she had learned to move through it. It could make a breakup feel like a small divorce before anyone had even finished high school. Both views had logic. That was the trouble. The 1950s liked certainty, and going steady offered certainty. But romance, especially young romance, does not always behave well inside certainty. A girl might feel proud to wear the ring on Monday and trapped by it on Friday. She might like being claimed, and then discover that being claimed changed how everyone treated her. She might enjoy the security and still miss the possibility of being seen by others. She might begin to feel that a relationship which started as a choice had become an expectation everyone else was helping enforce. And if she wanted out, she had to manage that carefully too. Because breaking up was not simply breaking up. Not when everyone knew. Not when the ring had been worn in public. Not when mothers had chatted after church. Not when his friends and her friends had merged into one social weather system. Not when dances, parties, and weekend plans had been arranged around them as a pair. A girl who ended things could be called cold. A girl who stayed too long could become miserable. A girl who moved on too quickly could get a reputation. There it is again. Reputation. The word followed girls through 1950s romance like a shadow that had learned to speak. A reputation did not always come from something a girl had done. Sometimes it came from what people thought she might have done, or what a boy said she had done, or what another girl repeated, or what an adult imagined after seeing a car parked too long under the trees. Reputation lived in the gap between fact and story, and in many communities story travelled faster. For boys, dating several girls could make them popular, experienced, even admired. For girls, being seen with too many boys could become a problem. A boy could be adventurous, a girl could be fast, a boy could exaggerate and be laughed with, a girl could be exaggerated about and quietly punished. The double standard was not hidden. It was simply treated as natural. Girls learned to guard themselves not only from behaviour, but from interpretation. A girl might refuse a second date with one boy because she did not like him, then accept an invitation from another and still worry how it looked. A girl might ride in a car with a boy from school and later hear that someone had seen them doing what nothing. But sometimes nothing placed in the right voice could begin to sound like something. That was the exhausting part. A girl had to manage reality and appearance at the same time. Going steady could protect her from some of that. If she belonged publicly to one boy, then the rumours had less room to move. Her evenings made sense. Her phone calls had a name attached. Her presence in a car could be explained. Her place at the dance was secured. The world understood her, but protection could easily become possession. A steady boyfriend might expect loyalty, attention time, and emotional reassurance beyond what she wanted to give. He might become jealous if she spoke too long with another boy. He might complain if she went somewhere with her girlfriends. He might assume that because he had given her his ring, he had earned more of her than she had meant to promise. And the culture often softened this. It called jealousy romantic. It called control seriousness. It called his possessiveness proof that he cared. A girl might hear, "He just likes you so much," when what she felt was a tightening around her life. She might be told she was lucky to have a boy so devoted. She might be encouraged to be patient with his moods, gentle with his pride, careful with his feelings. The training from childhood returned here with perfect timing. Be nice. Don't embarrass him. Don't make a scene. Don't be dramatic. Don't give people something to talk about. So she learned to negotiate inside the relationship quietly. Maybe she smiled when he was jealous because arguing would make the evening harder. Maybe she stopped talking to a certain boy because it was easier than explaining that nothing had happened. Maybe she let him choose the movie, the route, the plans, because his happiness set the weather for both of them. Maybe she mistook the absence of conflict for love because the world around her had praised peace so often that peace and self-erasure could begin to look dangerously similar. Not every steady relationship was like this. Many were sweet. Many were awkward and sincere. Many were built out of shared school days, shy phone calls, dances, milkshakes, family dinners, and the real tenderness of two young people learning how to care about someone outside themselves. Some couples who went steady in high school later married and built lives they valued deeply. Some looked back on those days with genuine warmth, but even the warm stories lived inside a rule-bound world, a world where a girl's value could rise when she was claimed and fall when she was discussed. A world where the appearance of innocence mattered almost as much as innocence itself. A world where belonging to one boy could make her respectable, while being wanted by several could make her suspect. A world where her private feelings had to move carefully through public meanings. Imagine her at school on a Monday morning. She walks down the hall wearing his ring on a chain. The ring taps lightly against the buttons of her blouse. Her friends notice it immediately, though they try not to make too much of it. Someone asks when it happened. Someone else squeals softly. Another girl smiles in a way that is happy, and not entirely happy, because another girl's security can make your own uncertainty sharper. The boy appears at the end of the hall. Now everyone looks without looking. He comes over. Maybe he carries her books. Maybe he walks her to class. Maybe he does nothing more than stand beside her, but standing beside her has become a statement. She feels the warmth of being chosen and the weight of being watched arrive at the same time. That was going steady. Warmth and weight, security and surveillance, a promise and a performance. And beneath it all was the fear that one wrong move could change how people said her name. A girl could recover from heartbreak. Slowly, privately, with enough crying into pillows and enough late-night whispered calls to friends. But a reputation was harder. A reputation could cling. It could enter a room before she did. It could affect who asked her out, who invited her places, what parents allowed, what girls trusted, what boys assumed. It could turn a person into a story, and once the story was repeated enough times, the person had to live under it, whether it was true or not. So she guarded the story. She guarded it at the dance. She guarded it in the car. She guarded it on the porch. She guarded it in how she smiled, how she refused, how she accepted, how she wore the ring, how she took it off, how she explained the breakup if one came. She guarded it because the world had taught her that being loved mattered, but being respectable mattered too. And sometimes the two pulled in different directions. That was the quiet pressure behind going steady. Not simply the sweetness of having someone, not simply the thrill of a ring on a chain or a sweater over the shoulders, but the knowledge that once romance became visible, it became measurable. Once a girl was chosen, she had to continue being chosen correctly. The date had become a pattern. The pattern had become a label. and the label, if worn too long or too carelessly, might begin to feel like a promise no one had officially made yet. A promise that pointed forward, toward engagement, toward marriage, toward the future everyone had been quietly rehearsing since she was small. The school dance was supposed to be innocent. That was the word adults liked to place over it like crepe paper across a gymnasium wall. Innocent fun. A wholesome evening. A chance for young people to learn manners, practice conversation, hear music and move through romance under the watchful eyes of teachers, parents, chaperones, and the basketball hoops pulled up toward the ceiling. From a distance it looked almost impossibly sweet. The polished gym floor, the paper streamers, the folding chairs lined against the wall, the punch bowl on a table with paper cups stacked beside it, the boys in clean shirts trying to look relaxed, the girls in dresses chosen after a level of private deliberation that would have qualified in another setting as military planning, and then there were the corsages, small flowers pinned at the shoulder or worn at the wrist wrapped in ribbon kept carefully cool before the evening began, presented by a boy who may or may not have understood the emotional importance of what he was handing over. A corsage was not just a flower. It was proof that the date had been arranged properly. It was a public sign that a girl had been considered planned for and brought into the evening with ceremony. If the corsage matched the dress, that meant someone had paid attention. If it did not, the girl smiled anyway. That was part of the training. You can see her standing in front of the mirror before the dance. Her dress is pale blue or pink or white with a small floral print. The skirt moves when she turns. Her hair has been curled, brushed, sprayed, and examined from several angles. Her mother is nearby holding a pin warning her not to move while the corsage is fixed in place. The flowers are delicate, perhaps carnations, perhaps orchids if the family or the occasion is a little more ambitious. The ribbon brushes against the fabric. The girl looks at herself and tries to decide whether she looks grown up, not too grown up. That was important. A school dance in the 1950s was a rehearsal for adult courtship, but it still needed to wear the costume of innocence. Adults wanted young people to practice romance without crossing into the parts of romance everyone feared. They wanted boys to learn courtesy. They wanted girls to learn grace. They wanted pairing but not danger, attraction but not heat, music but not too much rhythm, dancing but not too much body. The whole evening was built around that contradiction. Come together, not too close. Enjoy yourself. Be careful. Be young. Prepare for marriage. The girls understood the contradiction before they could explain it. They'd been living inside contradictions for years. Be pretty but modest. Be friendly but guarded. Be desirable but innocent. At the dance, all of these rules became visible at once, glowing under the gymnasium lights. When she arrived, she entered not only a room, but a social map. The popular couples were noticed first. The steady couples were expected together, and if one of them arrived late or appeared unhappy, the room registered it. The girls without dates came in groups laughing, perhaps a little more brightly than usual. The boys without dates stood together along the edges, pretending not to care. Chaperones watched with the expression of people who had agreed to supervise youth, while quietly remembering their own. Everyone knew where everyone was. That was the genius and the cruelty of the school dance. It gathered the entire romantic economy into one room. Who had been asked? Who had not? Who had a corsage? Who did not? Who danced often? Who sat too long? Who was admired? Who was avoided? Who looked happy? Who looked as if she was trying very hard to look happy? The girls along the wall learned a specific kind of patience. They stood or sat in their dresses, ankles crossed, hands folded or holding paper cups of punch, talking lightly with one another while staying aware of the dance floor. A boy might come over. A boy might not. If he did, she had to respond correctly. Pleased but not grateful. Warm but not eager. She could not look as if she'd been rescued from the humiliation of waiting, even if that was exactly how it felt. A dance invitation was a small rescue. Everyone pretended otherwise. The boy approached. He asked, "Would you like to dance, or something less formal if he was nervous?" She said yes. The friend smiled. The girl stood smoothing her skirt as if the smoothing of the skirt was the main thing happening, not the fact that her whole evening had just changed shape. Then she walked onto the floor. There were rules here too. Fast songs allowed laughter movement, a kind of collective safety. Everyone danced near everyone else. The energy spread across the room. Mistakes could hide inside the crowd. But slow songs were different. Slow songs created couples. Slow songs placed one boy and one girl inside a small circle of attention. The hands, the distance, the placement of the body, the expression on the face, all of it mattered. Too far apart and the dance looked awkward. Too close and adults noticed. The girl followed his lead, though following was not always easy if he did not know where he was going. She adjusted without making the adjustment visible. If he stepped wrong, she moved with him. If he held her too tightly, she found a way to create space without making him feel publicly corrected. If he whispered something funny, she laughed softly. If he whispered something too bold, she had to decide in 1 second how to respond without turning the dance into a scene. This was the emotional labor of the dance floor. It was not written on the invitation. No one thanked her for it. The corsage moved slightly as she danced. Its petals brushed against her wrist or shoulder, already beginning to soften in the heat of the gym. Flowers like reputations were more fragile than they looked. By the end of the night, a corsage might be wilted, bruised at the edges, still beautiful in the sentimental way of things that have survived being worn. Adults liked the corsage because it made the evening look ceremonial. It placed romance inside a recognizable frame. Flowers, dresses, introductions, photographs, curfews. It suggested that everything was being done properly, and properly was the 1950s answer to many forms of anxiety. If it looked proper, perhaps it was safe. But the girls knew that looking proper and feeling safe were not always the same thing. A girl could be smiling in a photograph while privately worrying that her date had lost interest. She could be wearing a corsage while wondering why the boy had barely spoken to her since they arrived. She could be dancing beautifully while counting how many inches separated her body from his. She could be surrounded by music and still feel the sharp loneliness of not being chosen by the person she wanted to choose her. School dances had a way of turning private hopes into public evidence. That is why they mattered so much. The dance floor made visible what the hallway only hinted at. A crush became observable. A couple became confirmed. A rejection became legible. If a boy danced with the same girl 3 times, people noticed. If he danced once and disappeared, people noticed that too. If a steady couple quarrelled near the punch table, the quarrel would be reconstructed by Monday, with improvements added by everyone who had not heard it clearly. Nothing remained small for long, and yet for all its pressures there was magic in the room. There really was. The first slow dance with the right boy could feel like stepping out of ordinary life and into the story the magazines had been promising. The room dimmed slightly. The music softened. The voices around her blurred. His hand settled at her waist, hopefully respectfully, possibly awkwardly. She could smell his hair tonic, his soap, the starch in his shirt, the faint nervousness of someone trying to behave like the confident young man he was not yet. She looked over his shoulder at the paper decorations and thought perhaps this is what it is supposed to feel like. A girl could believe in the dream and still be constrained by it. Those two things are not opposites. That is one of the hardest parts of remembering the past, honestly. The rules could be suffocating and the evening could still be beautiful. The expectations could be unfair and the music could still make her heart lift. The system could be narrow and the corsage could still feel like treasure when she found it. The next morning wilted beside the mirror. Pleasure does not erase pressure. Pressure does not erase pleasure. They often danced together. The chaperones knew more than they admitted. Teachers moved through the edges of the room with watchful politeness. Parents poured punch-opened doors, adjusted decorations, and kept an eye on couples who wandered too close to the exit or lingered too long in the hallway. The presence of adults made the dance respectable. It also reminded everyone that freedom had limits. A girl might complain about the supervision, but she might also rely on it. A chaperone's glance could rescue her from a boy who was becoming too insistent. The public nature of the dance could protect her from pressures that might have been harder to manage in a parked car or a quiet room. But the same supervision that protected her also judged her. The same adult eyes that could intervene could also report. Safety and surveillance arrived together, again. By the last song the room had changed. Hair had loosened, lipstick had faded, corsages had tired. Boys who arrived stiff and formal were louder now. Girls who spent the first hour watching the floor had either danced enough to relax or had become very skilled at pretending they had not been counting. The punch was nearly gone. The decorations sagged slightly. The gym smelled of perfume wool, floor wax flowers, and the end of an evening everyone would discuss later. Then came the ride home, or the walk home, or the waiting near the entrance while parents' cars pulled up outside. The dance did not truly end when the music stopped. It ended in the retelling. In the bedroom that night when a girl took off the dress and examined the corsage. In the phone calls the next day. In the cafeteria on Monday. In the way someone smiled or did not smile when passing her locker. The dance became memory almost immediately, and memory became evidence. Had he held her hand? Had he asked her for the last dance? Did he bring the right flowers? Did she look happy? Did she seem too happy? The performance of innocence required constant attention, because innocence was not merely a private condition. It was a public style. It had to be displayed in the right dress, the right distance, the right smile, the right amount of surprise at being admired. It had to be protected from rumor, from desire, from jealousy, from boredom, from the simple fact that teenagers are human beings with feelings more complicated than any school gymnasium could comfortably contain. So the girl learned one more lesson under the paper streamers. She learned that romance could be decorated beautifully and still be monitored closely. She learned that a corsage could feel like honor and evidence at the same time. She learned that being asked to dance was not only a pleasure but a social signal. And she learned that innocence in the 1950s was not something people simply trusted a girl to have. It was something she was expected to perform carefully under lights bright enough for everyone to see. The telephone in a 1950s home was not just a machine. It was furniture, theatre, alarm bell, social instrument, family property. And for a girl waiting to hear a boy's voice, a small black object capable of changing the entire weather of a room. It usually sat somewhere public, on a hallway table, in the kitchen, on a small stand near the stairs with a notepad and pencil beside it. It had weight. It had a cord. It had a ring that did not belong only to the person being called because everyone in the house heard it. Everyone knew when it rang. Everyone knew who ran toward it too quickly. Everyone knew who tried not to run. That was the first rule of the phone call. Never look as if you were waiting. This was difficult because waiting was often exactly what a girl was doing. After a dance, after a date, after a boy said he might call the telephone became the center of the house without moving an inch. She might sit in the living room with a magazine open on her lap, turning pages she was not reading. She might help dry dishes in the kitchen, listening for a sound from the hall. She might go upstairs and then come back down for no clear reason, as if the downstairs air had become suddenly necessary. Her mother knew. Of course her mother knew. Mothers had once been girls too, and some part of them remembered the particular humiliation of hoping beside a silent telephone. But memory did not always become mercy. Sometimes it became supervision. Sometimes it became advice. Sometimes it became a quiet warning not to make too much of one boy, not to seem too eager, not to let him know he had that much power. So the girl waited in a careful way. She waited while pretending to do homework. She waited while folding laundry. She waited while brushing her hair. She waited while telling herself she was not waiting at all. And then the phone rang. The sound moved through the house instantly. A sharp metal ring bright enough to interrupt dinner homework ironing conversation and thought. In that moment, a girl had perhaps 2 seconds to decide what kind of girl she was going to sound like. Too fast to the receiver and her brother might smirk. Too slow and her father might answer. Too breathless and the boy might hear it. Too cool and he might think she did not care. Everything had a tone, even hello. A proper telephone voice was something girls were taught almost without being taught. Pleasant, clear, warm, not loud, not flat, never chewing, never sounding annoyed unless the caller deserved it, and even then only within limits. A girl answering the family phone represented the household. She was not simply picking up a receiver. She was opening a small invisible front door. Hello, that one word could be judged. If it was a boy calling, the call often had to pass through someone else first. Her mother might answer and say, "Just a moment," in a voice that sounded gentle, but contained an entire evaluation. Her father might answer more heavily, asking who was calling, and the boy on the other end would have to say his name clearly, perhaps with a slight tightening in his throat. A boy who could not survive this small adult barrier was perhaps not ready for the larger arrangement. The girl waited nearby, trying not to look as if she was waiting nearby. Then the receiver was handed to her, or perhaps set down on the hallway table with a quiet, "It's for you." Those words could feel enormous. She took the phone carefully. If the cord reached far enough, she might step into the dining room doorway or turn her back slightly toward the wall. But true privacy was rare. The cord had limits. The house had ears. A mother in the kitchen could hear changes in tone. A younger sister could hover under the excuse of needing a pencil. A father could pretend to read the evening paper while absorbing every pause. A telephone conversation with a boy was not private. It was semi-private, which is to say the most dangerous kind. The girl had to speak as if she and the boy were alone while remembering they were not. She had to laugh softly, not shriek. She had to keep the conversation moving, but not too long. A long call could mean seriousness, which might be good, or intensity, which might be worrying. A short call could mean disappointment unless it was merely practical. Every length had meaning. Every pause could be interpreted. If he asked her out, she could not simply say yes with the full force of her relief. She might say, "That sounds nice," or "I think I can," or "Let me ask my mother." That last one was useful because it gave her a moment to breathe. It also reminded the boy that he was not operating in a world of two. There were adult schedules, expectations, curfews, family dinners, church mornings, school nights, and the general moral machinery of respectable girlhood standing quietly behind the receiver. Sometimes, the mother really did need to be asked. Sometimes the girl already knew the answer, but asked anyway because the asking preserved the structure. Structure mattered. A boy who called at the right time showed judgment. Not too late. Not during dinner if he could help it, not so early that it seemed childish. Evening was proper, but not too late in the evening. There were invisible lines around the clock. A call at 7:30 could be charming. A call at 10:30 could become a family issue. A call after bedtime might be remembered for weeks, especially if the father answered. Timing was character. Again, everything was character. There was also the question of frequency. A boy who called too rarely created anxiety. A boy who called too often created another kind of anxiety. Too much calling could make adults wonder whether things were becoming too serious too fast. It could make friends tease. It could make the girl feel important and trapped at the same time. A steady boyfriend might call every night, and that could feel romantic for the first week, expected by the second, and by the third almost like attendance being taken. The telephone gave romance a rhythm. It also gave it witnesses. Girls talked to each other about calls with the seriousness of legal testimony. What did he say? How did he say it? Did he ask about Saturday? Did he mention another girl? Did he sound nervous? Did he say he would call again? Did he actually say that? Or did he only say maybe he would see you around? The distinction mattered. Girls became experts in the grammar of almost asking, almost promising, almost serious, almost sorry, because boys did not always speak clearly, and girls were expected to make meaning from whatever arrived. A casual phrase could be carried upstairs, examined, polished, worried over, and returned to the next day with fresh interpretations from two friends and perhaps an older sister. The boy may have forgotten what he said by breakfast. The girl had not. The phone call also had an ending ritual. A conversation could not simply collapse. It had to land properly. Someone had to say good night. Someone had to suggest the next point of contact. A girl could not appear too reluctant to hang up, even if she wanted the sound of his voice to continue. She might say, "I should go," which could mean she should go, or could mean, "Please ask me not to." He might say, "I'll see you tomorrow," which could turn an ordinary school day into a small upcoming event. If he said, "I'll call you," she had to decide whether to believe him. That phrase again. Soft as a ribbon, sharp as a hook. After the call ended, the house resumed, but not exactly. The girl hung up the receiver with care, as if setting down something fragile. She might turn and find her mother nearby, not asking, but waiting in a way that required answering. Was that him? Her mother might say, as if there were several possible hims. The girl might shrug. She might say yes. She might say he asked about Saturday. She might say it casually because casualness was part of the costume. Inside she might be glowing, or sinking, or both. A good phone call could make the wallpaper look brighter. A bad one could make the whole house feel airless. No call at all could become a long private trial conducted in silence with the telephone sitting there like an indifferent judge. This was before voicemail, before missed calls displayed on a screen, before messages could be reread, saved, deleted, or drafted with careful punctuation. If she missed the call, she might never know he had tried. If her brother tied up the line, that could become a domestic emergency. If a neighbour was on a party line in some places, privacy could become even thinner, with the possibility that someone else might listen quietly from another receiver and carry pieces of the conversation into the community. The voice disappeared when the call ended. Only memory remained. And memory is not always kind to girls who are hoping. It stretches things. It repeats the wrong sentence. It makes a pause seem meaningful. It turns a pleasant tone into evidence, then into doubt, then into evidence again. The girl might go to bed replaying the conversation in full, from the first hello to the final good night, while the telephone sat downstairs in the dark, emptied of power until the next time it rang. Adults liked the telephone because it kept courtship attached to the household. A boy had to pass through the family to reach the girl. A girl could be available without being physically alone. Plans could be made, but not in complete secrecy. The phone allowed romance to move, but on a cord. That cord mattered. It stretched only so far. A girl could turn away from the room, lower her voice cup the receiver, and create a small pocket of privacy. But she was still standing in the house that raised her inside the rules that shaped her, near the people who would ask where she was going and when she would be home. The telephone gave her access to the outside world, but did not release her from the inside one. So the etiquette became second nature. Answer politely. Do not sound too eager. Do not keep him waiting too long. Do not talk too late. Do not let your voice carry. Do not let your brother make jokes while you're on the line. Do not say too much with your mother in the next room. Do not hang up angry unless you are prepared to explain why your face looks like that. Above all, do not forget that a phone call is never only a phone call. It is a signal, a measure, a small performance of femininity conducted through wire. And somewhere in that performance, real feeling still tried to pass through. Nervous laughter, a shy confession, a plan for Saturday, a silence that meant more than either person could safely say. Young people found tenderness even inside the etiquette. They learned each other's voices. They heard tiredness, excitement, uncertainty, affection. They made entire evenings out of words spoken while standing under hallway lights. The rules could not prevent that. They could only shape how it sounded. And after the receiver clicked back into place, after the mother stopped pretending not to be curious, after the girl climbed the stairs and closed her bedroom door, the house would settle again. The phone would sit quiet in the dark hallway, patient and polished, waiting for its next chance to make everyone listen. Because in 1950s romance before a girl sat beside a boy in a car before she met him at the soda fountain, before the two of them found themselves briefly and dangerously alone, there was often this first test. A voice on a line, a family listening, and a girl trying to sound as if her heart had not just answered before she did. The drive-in looked like freedom. That was part of its magic. Rows of cars under the open evening sky. A giant screen glowing at the far end of the lot. Little metal speakers hooked onto half-open windows. The smell of popcorn dust, gasoline summer air, and hamburgers drifting from the concession stand. Teenagers arriving in borrowed cars, fathers' cars, older brothers' cars, cars polished more carefully than some dining room tables. From the outside, it looked like the perfect 1950s date. Private enough to feel exciting, public enough to be respectable, and that was exactly the tension. A boy and a girl could sit together in a car at the drive-in and claim quite honestly that they were at the movies. The screen was right there. Other cars were nearby. Families might be only a few rows over. The ticket seller had seen them come in. The concession stand was lit. Technically, they were in public. But inside the car, with the windows fogging slightly and the movie light flickering across the dashboard, it could feel like a small room with wheels. And a room with wheels was a dangerous kind of room. In 1950s, romance being alone together was not a simple matter. It had rules, warnings, expectations, rumours, and moral weather around it. A girl could be alone with a boy, but not too alone. She could enjoy his company, but not lose track of time. She could sit beside him, but not allow the space between them to disappear without thinking about what that disappearance might mean. She could like him, even want him near her, but she still had to remain responsible for the entire meaning of the evening. That was the unfair little arrangement. Two people might sit in the same car, but often only one of them was expected to carry the reputation risk afterward. A drive-in date usually began long before the car entered the lot. It began at home with the mother asking which movie they were seeing. It began with the father asking who else might be going. It began with the girl choosing clothes that could survive sitting in a car without looking rumpled, which was its own category of planning. A full skirt could be charming until it had to be arranged across a bench seat without seeming like a major engineering problem. The boy arrived. He came to the door if he had manners. He confirmed the plan. The girl stepped outside with a cardigan because even if she was not cold, when she left the house, the cardigan was part warmth, part modesty, part maternal insurance policy. Her mother might say, "Have fun," while her eyes said, "Remember who you are." Her father might say, "Home by 11," and the boy might say, "Yes, sir," with whatever level of sincerity his character could provide. Then the car pulled away, and the girl entered a new territory. The car was one of the most important inventions in mid-century dating, not because automobiles were new, but because car culture had given young couples a kind of mobility older forms of courtship had not allowed in the same way. The car could take them to the movie, the diner, the lake road, the lookout, the edge of town, the place where the streetlights thinned and adults were less likely to appear. It gave boys responsibility and girls risk. Again, both things could be true. A boy who drove well, opened the door, kept the car clean, and behaved with care could seem mature in a way that mattered deeply. He was not just a boy from chemistry class anymore. He was someone who could move through the adult world, someone with keys, someone who could arrive, transport, pay, return. The car made him look like a future husband in miniature. For the girl, the car was more complicated. It could feel thrilling to sit beside him close enough to feel the warmth from his sleeve, watching the town pass through the window while the radio played low. It could feel grown-up, chosen, special. The ordinary streets looked different from the passenger seat of a boy's car at night. The drugstore, the school, the church, the houses where everyone knew everyone all slid by as if the two of them had briefly escaped the map. But the escape had limits. Curfew was still waiting at the end of the road. At the drive-in, they parked in a row among other cars and hooked the speaker to the window. The boy might leave to buy popcorn and cokes, returning with a paper tray and the slightly proud expression of someone fulfilling his role. The girl thanked him. She did not spill. She did not order too much. She watched the movie or pretended to. He watched the movie too or pretended to. The story on the screen became less important than the quiet story happening across the front seat. Would he move closer? Would she let him? Would he reach for her hand? Would this be sweet, awkward, lovely, or something she would have to manage carefully? The car made every small movement larger. A hand on the seat, a shoulder touching, a whispered joke. The act of passing popcorn could become a negotiation. Even the darkness had a personality. It softened everything, but it also made everything harder to explain later. A girl might genuinely want the closeness. That matters. She was not only a symbol of purity being guarded by everyone else. She was a young person with curiosity, affection, longing, and a body that responded to another person's nearness, whether the etiquette books approved or not. The 1950s did not invent desire, of course. It only tried to organize it into acceptable shapes, and the acceptable shape for a girl was restraint. She was expected to be the brake. If things went too far, people might ask why she allowed it. If rumors spread, people might ask what kind of girl she was. If a boy boasted, exaggerated, or lied, the consequences might attach to her more firmly than to him. So even when she liked him, even when she trusted him, even when she wanted the evening to feel romantic and not like a moral examination, some part of her had to stay awake inside the moment. This was not exactly innocence. It was vigilance, dressed as innocence. The soda fountain offered a different kind of togetherness, brighter, safer, full of chrome stools, paper straws, and the comforting sound of other people nearby. A couple could sit in a booth and share a milkshake with 2 straws, the kind of image that later generations would treat as pure sweetness. And it could be sweet. There was something undeniably tender about a shared glass, a nervous smile, a jukebox playing in the corner, the girl's gloves folded beside her napkin, the boy trying to make her laugh. But even there the rules remained. They were simply better lit. At the soda fountain everyone could see who sat with whom. The counterman noticed. Other teenagers noticed. Girls noticed especially. If the couple leaned too close, it was visible. If they seemed distant, also visible. If another boy came over and talked too long, visible. If she laughed too warmly at someone who was not her date, visible. Public spaces protected a girl's reputation, but they also fed the very machinery that judged it. Respectability required witnesses. Witnesses created gossip. An elegant system if your goal was to make everyone slightly nervous forever. The booth itself was another small stage. The boy might sit across from her on a first date beside her if they were steadier, or if he was bold, or if the place was crowded enough to make the choice seem practical. Sitting beside her changed the air. Across from her meant conversation. Beside her meant possibility. Everyone knew this. No one needed to say so. She ordered a Coke or a malt or maybe fries if the evening was casual enough. She did not want to seem fussy, but she did not want to seem greedy. She did not want to refuse everything because that could make him uncomfortable. She did not want to eat too eagerly because girls were trained to make even appetite look polite. So she performed another quiet calculation over a paper menu. What does a nice girl order when she wants to be liked but not studied? The answer depended on the town, the boy, the hour the friends nearby, and how thoroughly her mother had managed to colonize her inner voice. At the drive-in, in the soda fountain, in the diner after a football game, young couples were practicing something much larger than dating. They were practicing controlled intimacy, how to be close under rules, how to be seen without being exposed, how to want without seeming wanting, how to touch or not touch in ways that preserved everyone's story about what kind of people they were. The old phrase alone together sounds simple. In this world, it was a full legal category without paperwork. A couple could be alone together in public, alone together in a car, alone together on a porch for 3 minutes, alone together at the end of a dance while the chaperones stacked chairs. Each form of aloneness had a different risk level, a different social meaning, and a different set of explanations available if someone asked questions. The explanations mattered. We were just talking. We were just watching the movie. We were just getting a Coke. We were just sitting for a minute. Just was one of the hardest working words in 1950s romance. It turned intimacy into innocence. It made a moment smaller. It placed a white picket fence around behavior and hoped everyone would admire the fence rather than look too closely at what it contained. Sometimes just was true. Sometimes it was not. Often it was somewhere in between where much of youth has always lived. And this is why the fear of parking became so charged in mid-century life. Parking was not simply stopping a car, it was entering a social category. A parked car on a quiet road suggested intention. A drive-in movie allowed some ambiguity. A soda fountain allowed even more. But a car pulled off beneath trees' engine-quiet windows, dark, created a story before anyone knew the facts. Girls knew this. Boys knew it too, though not always with the same consequences attached. A girl might agree to a drive and then become uneasy when the road changed. She might trust him and still watch the clock. She might want the kiss and not want the pressure that came after it. She might fear seeming childish if she asked to go home. She might fear seeming fast if she did not. The car that had felt like freedom 10 minutes earlier could begin to feel very small. A decent boy understood the difference between romance and pressure. Not every boy was decent. The culture did not always give girls clear language for that distinction. It gave them warnings, yes. It gave them rules. It gave them curfews, reputations, moral lessons, and the general instruction to be careful. But it did not always teach them that their comfort mattered as much as their reputation. It did not always say that wanting to stop was enough. It did not always separate what she owed herself from what she was told she owed the evening. So girls developed other languages, a shift in posture, a laugh that closed the subject, a sudden interest in the time, a mention of her father waiting, a hand placed firmly on the door handle, a request for a Coke, a practical interruption, the art of changing the weather without naming the storm. This too was labour, invisible, immediate, and often performed in the dark, and still there were beautiful evenings. We should not flatten them into fear alone. There were drive-in nights where the boy was kind, the movie was forgettable, the popcorn was too salty, and the girl went home smiling into her pillow because the kiss had been gentle and the future seemed briefly golden. There were soda fountain dates where conversation came easily, where laughter carried no danger, where two young people discovered with surprise and relief that they actually liked each other beyond the roles they had been handed. The tenderness was real. So was the system around it. By the end of the evening, the rules gathered again. The car returned to the house. The porch light waited. The girl smoothed her skirt, checked her lipstick in the small mirror, and prepared to re-enter the family version of herself. Whatever had happened in the car, whatever had been felt under the drive-in screen or across the soda fountain table, now had to be translated back into acceptable language. Did you have a nice time? Yes. Was the movie good? It was fine. Did he drive safely? Yes. That was often all the house was allowed to know, but upstairs in the privacy of her room the girl might take off her cardigan and still smell the car on it. A little gasoline, a little wool, a little night air. She might replay the movie she barely watched, the hand she did or did not hold, the moment when the road grew quiet, the relief of the porch light, the disappointment of it, the strange way both could be true. Because being alone together in the 1950s was never simply being alone. It was freedom with a curfew, privacy with witnesses nearby, desire with a reputation attached. And somewhere between the drive-in screen and the soda fountain counter, young women learned one of the most delicate rules of all. A girl could be close to a boy, but she had to remain far enough away from danger rumour and her own wanting that everyone could still call her a nice girl in the morning. The double standard was everywhere in 1950s dating, but it rarely introduced itself by name. It did not usually stand in the middle of the room and announce boys may do this, girls may not. It was quieter than that. It arrived as advice, as warnings, as jokes, as a mother's lowered voice, as a father's stern look, as a teacher's careful phrase about young ladies, as a boy's reputation growing larger after the same behaviour that could make a girl's reputation shrink. Everyone seemed to understand the system. Almost no one wanted to describe it too clearly. That was how it kept its power. A boy could want romance openly. He could ask for the date, lean in for the kiss, talk to his friends about what had or had not happened, and still remain in the eyes of many communities basically a good boy. Maybe a little bold, maybe a little wild, maybe someone who needed guidance, but still redeemable, still normal, still understood as doing what boys were assumed to do. A girl, by contrast, had to become the keeper of limits, her own limits, his limits, the limits of the evening, the limits of the story people might tell afterward. If nothing happened, she was respectable. If something happened, people often asked what she had allowed. That word allowed carried a terrible amount of weight. It placed the responsibility for two people's choices gently, politely, almost invisibly into the girl's lap, and she was expected to carry it like a lady. This was one of the great silent pressures behind the pretty surface of 1950s romance. Boys were often expected to push, and girls were expected to resist. Not always cruelly, not always dramatically, sometimes in small ways. A boy might try to hold her hand. A girl decided whether to let him. A boy might move closer in the car. A girl decided whether to shift away. A boy might ask for another kiss. A girl decided whether the night had already reached its safe edge. The culture treated this as natural. It called boys energetic. It called girls responsible. It told girls to be careful, but did not always tell boys with the same force to be considerate. It warned girls about what could happen to them, but did not always ask why the danger had been arranged around them in the first place. It taught girls to protect their reputations, their bodies, their futures, their families, and sometimes even the feelings of the very boys who made them uncomfortable. That is a great deal to ask of a teenager sitting in the front seat of a car, and yet many girls handled it with remarkable skill. They learned to say no without saying no too sharply. They learned to laugh and change the subject. They learned to mention the time. They learned to sit up straighter. They learned to look toward the house. They learned to say their father would be waiting. They learned the little movements that could keep an evening from turning into a confrontation. A hand placed over his hand. A purse moved between them. A sudden request to stop for a Coke. A cheerful, "We should probably get going." These were not random gestures. They were survival manners. The strange thing was that everyone seemed to know girls were doing this, but the knowledge did not always produce sympathy. Instead, it produced more instruction. Be careful. Don't lead him on. Don't be alone too long. Don't get in over your head. Don't let things go too far. Don't give him the wrong idea. The wrong idea. Another hard-working phrase. It suggested that a boy's assumptions were a weather system a girl had somehow caused by wearing the wrong sweater, laughing too warmly, staying out too late, or being silent for a moment too long. It suggested that the girl was responsible not only for what she meant, but for what someone else might decide she meant. This could make innocence feel like a full-time occupation, because a girl had to be innocent, but not ignorant. She had to know enough to protect herself, but not so much that people suspected she knew too much. She had to be desirable enough to attract a boy, but modest enough to prove she had not intended to attract him in any dangerous way. She had to understand the rules of romance while pretending the most difficult parts had never occurred to her. That was the performance, and the performance was exhausting. The boys had their own pressures too. It is important to say that clearly. Boys were also handed narrow roles. They were expected to be confident, forward-controlled, masculine, and successful with girls, even when they were shy, gentle, uncertain, or frightened of rejection. A boy who was too hesitant could be mocked. A boy who did not date could be questioned. A boy who respected boundaries quietly might receive less applause than a boy who boasted. The system did not treat boys with true tenderness either, but it punished girls differently. A boy's mistake might become a story about youthful foolishness. A girl's mistake could become a story about character. That difference shaped everything. It shaped how she dressed, how she sat, how she answered the telephone, how she stepped out of the car, how she talked to friends, how she refused, how she accepted, how she explained, how she remembered. It shaped the private fear that followed even pleasant evenings, the question she might ask herself while removing lipstick in the bathroom mirror. Did I do anything people could misunderstand? Not did I have fun? Not did I feel safe? Not did he treat me well? But did I do anything people could misunderstand? A girl could spend so much energy preventing misunderstanding that she barely had room to understand herself. This is where the old dating advice becomes painful to examine. Much of it was wrapped in concern. Some of it came from people who truly wanted girls to be safe in a world that could be unfair to them. Mothers did not warn daughters because they wanted them to be miserable. Many warned them because they knew exactly how quickly blame could attach itself to a girl and how slowly it could be removed. A mother might say, "Don't be alone with him too long," because she feared for her daughter. She might also say it because she feared what people would say about her daughter. Safety and reputation were braided so tightly together that one could be mistaken for the other. And so the daughter learned to treat her reputation almost as a second body. Something that could be touched by rumour, damaged by suggestion, bruised by association. She guarded it at school, at dances, in cars, at soda fountains, at church socials, on porches, and in the silences after a boy said something just a little too bold. Meanwhile, boys talked. Not all boys, not every boy. Many were kind, decent, awkward, and sincere. Many would have been horrified to know how much fear lived inside the girls they liked. But some boys talked. They exaggerated. They competed. They turned private moments into social currency. And even when a story was not true, it could still leave a mark if it sounded possible to the people hearing it. A girl had to know that. She had to know that her life could be altered not only by what she did, but by what someone said she did. That knowledge made every romantic moment slightly crowded. Even a kiss was not always just a kiss. It could be sweetness. It could be affection. It could be the beginning of love. It could also become evidence depending on who knew, who guessed, who repeated, and who wanted to believe the worst. This did not mean girls were powerless. They were often much more perceptive than the world gave them credit for. They developed networks of friendship, warning interpretation, and protection. Girls told one another which boys were respectful and which boys were not. They shared information in whispers by lockers and in bedrooms after dances. They defended friends sometimes. They judged friends too because they had absorbed the system that judged them. But even that judgment was often tangled with fear. No one wanted to be the girl people talked about. Until you understand that fear, you cannot fully understand 1950s dating. The fear was not always loud. It did not always ruin the evening. It might sit quietly under the music, under the laughter, under the glow of the drive-in screen. It might appear only in the moment a boy turned onto a darker road than expected, or when a girlfriend asked too many questions the next morning, or when a mother looked at her daughter's face and seemed to know there was something she was not being told. The double standard lived in those moments. It lived in the difference between adventure and danger, between charm and caution, between being wanted and being blamed for being wanted. And because no one was supposed to name it, girls often carried it alone, translating an unfair social order into private self-discipline. Be careful, be nice, be firm but not cold, be warm but not reckless, be desirable but untouched by desire, be smart enough to manage the situation, but innocent enough that no one thinks you know too much about what you're managing. It was a narrow path. Many walked it beautifully. Many stumbled. Many were judged for stumbling by people who had never understood how narrow the path had been. So when we look back at the old photographs, the girls in their dresses, the boys in their jackets, the soda fountains, smiles, the corsages wilting beside the mirror, we should be careful not to see only sweetness. The sweetness was there, but so was the burden. So was the strange moral arithmetic that made girls responsible for the tone, the distance, the rumour, the refusal, the yes, the no, and the story afterward. The double standard was not a footnote to 1950s romance. It was one of the rules holding the whole arrangement together, and the girls knew it even when they did not yet have the language to say so. They knew it in the car. They knew it on the porch. They knew it when a boy's boldness made him interesting, and a girl's boldness made her risky. They knew it when adults called them protected while giving them the job of protecting everyone else's idea of them. And as those girls grew older, the rule did not disappear. It followed them into college, into engagement, into marriage, and into the quiet pressure of becoming the kind of woman whose future was supposed to arrive on schedule. College for many young American women in the 1950s was described as an education, and it was. There were books, lectures, exams, dormitory rules, libraries with polished tables, professors in tweed jackets, and long afternoons when a girl might sit beneath a tree with a novel open in her lap, feeling for a moment that the world was wider than anyone at home had admitted. There were ideas there. Real ideas. History, literature, psychology, biology, music, economics, languages, and all the strange bright rooms a mind can enter once someone hands it a key. But there was another curriculum too. Everyone knew about it. Not everyone said it kindly. People called it the MRS degree. Mrs. Three Little Letters that turned college into a courtship strategy with a campus map. The phrase was a joke, of course, and like many jokes, it was only funny because it was not entirely false. In many middle-class and upper-middle-class circles, college was not always imagined as a place where a woman would prepare for a long independent career. It was often imagined as a place where she would become polished, educated, socially fluent, and if fortune and timing behaved properly, engaged to the right kind of man. A girl could study Shakespeare in the morning and still be judged by whether she had a date on Saturday night. That was the arrangement. And the arrangement was old enough to feel almost natural. Picture her arriving on campus in 1955. The car pulls up outside the dormitory. Her father carries the heavier suitcase. Her mother checks the room with a careful eye, noting the curtains, the closet, the bedspread, the roommate's family background if such information is available. There are sweaters folded in drawers, skirts on hangers, stockings tucked away, a small bottle of perfume, a framed family photograph, perhaps a high school yearbook, perhaps a letter from a boy back home whose future importance is not yet clear. Everyone is proud, everyone is nervous, the daughter is going to college. But beneath the pride is a question nobody wants to make too blunt. Who will she become there? And just as important, who will she meet? The women's college or the coeducational university could offer a girl a kind of freedom she had not known at home. She could walk across campus with books in her arms and feel herself seen as a student, not just a daughter waiting by a telephone. She could stay up late talking with other girls about classes, music, politics, professors, families, and boys, always boys, because the future still had a way of pulling the conversation back toward marriage, even when the conversation had tried to escape. In the dormitory, the rules followed her, but they changed clothing. There were curfews, sign-in sheets, house mothers, parietal rules in some places carefully managing when men could visit and where they could stand and how long they could remain. A young woman might be away from home, but she was not exactly loose in the world. The college took on part of the family's supervision, and often did so with impressive seriousness. The institution promised parents that their daughters would be educated without being left entirely unguarded. Freedom but with a front desk. Independence but with hours. The dormitory itself became a strange little laboratory of womanhood. Girls borrowed sweaters, shared lipstick, cried over letters, compared dates, discussed. Professors mended hems, whispered after lights out, and watched one another become versions of themselves they had not fully met before. Some became more confident. Some became more anxious. Some discovered ambition in a classroom and then had to decide what to do with it. Some discovered that being away from home did not remove the rules. It simply gave them more room to hear their own thoughts against them. And always in the background there was time. Time mattered. A girl's college years were not treated as endless exploration. They were treated in many circles as a window, a brief socially approved interval between daughterhood and wifehood, between the supervised family home and the home she would one day supervise herself. Freshman year was for settling in. Sophomore year for finding her footing. Junior year in some circles was when questions became sharper. Senior year carried a particular pressure if no serious young man had appeared. People might not panic, but they began to notice. The marriage deadline did not always arrive as a command. It arrived as tone. As a mother's letter asking whether there were any nice boys at the mixer, as an aunt saying college girls should have fun but don't wait too long, as a roommate's engagement announcement pinned to the bulletin board, as a sorority sister showing her ring at breakfast while everyone gathered around her hand as if it had become a small glowing altar. An engagement ring could change the air in a dormitory. A girl who had been simply another student yesterday was suddenly moving toward the approved ending. She'd been chosen not for one dance or one date or one season, but for the next chapter. Her future had acquired a name, a face, a profession in progress, perhaps a family everyone could discuss. Girls congratulated her sincerely. They admired the ring. They asked how he proposed. They wanted every detail. And then later some of them lay awake and wondered when it would be their turn. Not because they were shallow, because the culture had made marriage feel like the exam beneath all the other exams. A young woman might study hard and still hear the larger question humming underneath her class schedule. Was she becoming too serious, too bookish, too independent? Would a man admire her mind, or would he feel challenged by it? Should she speak in class with full confidence or soften her certainty afterward with a smile? Should she take the graduate school pamphlet seriously, or treat it as a passing curiosity she would never mention at Thanksgiving? The narrowness was often subtle. A girl could be encouraged to learn, but not always encouraged to become. She could be praised for intelligence, especially if it made her interesting, cultured, and better equipped to support a husband's social and professional life. But intelligence that pointed toward her own long ambition could make people uneasy. Not everywhere, not in every family, not for every woman. There were women who pursued professions, women who resisted the script, women who knew from early on that their future would not fit into a wedding announcement. But the dominant story was strong, and a strong story does not need to be universal to shape a life. For many college women, social life became a second academic schedule. Mixers, dances, football weekends, fraternity parties, church socials, blind dates arranged by roommates, visits to nearby men's colleges, letters from boys in the service, weekends carefully planned around who might be there, who might ask, who might be serious, who might be safe, who might be suitable. Suitable was a word that could quiet the room. A suitable man had education prospects, manners, and the right general background for the girl's family and social world. He did not have to be rich, though wealth never harmed a reputation when properly managed. He had to be promising. He had to be respectable. He had to belong or be able to belong to the life imagined for her. Love was desired. Suitability was required. And sometimes the two met, which made everyone's life easier. Sometimes they did not. A girl might fall in love with someone her family considered impractical. A boy from the wrong religion, the wrong class, the wrong region, the wrong future. A young man with charm but no plan. a veteran carrying silences no one knew how to read, a brilliant student who wanted a life that would take her far from the kind of house her mother had imagined. In those cases, romance became negotiation. The girl's private heart found itself sitting across the table from family expectation, and family expectation had a very old voice. Are you sure can he provide? What do his parents do? Where would you live? Is this really wise? Wise was another word that could make love feel suddenly childish. The college girl learned to balance these things, her own feelings, her parents' hopes, her friends' opinions, the visible progress of other girls, the mysterious internal clock that seemed to begin ticking louder each time another engagement was announced. She might be only 19 or 20, still young by almost any measure, and yet feel that the future was already sorting women into categories. Promised, almost promised, still looking, too particular, unlucky. In no hurry, which sounded brave when said with the right expression, and worrying when said by someone else. There was pressure even in the celebrations, engagement parties, showers, announcement photographs, newspaper notices, conversations about china patterns and wedding dates. All of it created a soft forward motion. One girl's engagement became a community event. Her friends became attendants, planners, witnesses, and quiet comparers. The bride-to-be was admired, fussed over, advised, and gently transferred from one identity to another while everyone watched. The college degree itself could become complicated in this atmosphere. For some women, finishing mattered deeply. It was an achievement, a source of pride, a sign of discipline and intelligence. For others, engagement changed the meaning of school. A woman might complete her degree before marriage, or leave early, or marry immediately after graduation, or treat the diploma as a lovely credential to bring into domestic life like good silver or a set of monogrammed towels. Education was valued, but often marriage gave it its final interpretation. An educated wife could host better conversations, help with a husband's career, raise cultured children, manage a household with taste, write proper letters, serve on committees, understand the world enough to make a home feel refined, but not always enough to leave that home for the world in her own name. That was the invisible boundary. The books opened her mind. The culture asked her to close the book gently when the right man arrived. And many did, some happily, some with uncertainty, some with relief, some with a small private grief they did not know how to name because the wedding plans were beautiful, and everyone was so pleased. It is hard to admit sadness when the whole room is congratulating you. It is hard to hear your own hesitation beneath the sound of women admiring a ring. So she smiled. She wrote letters. She went to class. She met him after the lecture. She studied for exams while also imagining a kitchen. She underlined passages in books that said things she would not say aloud. She wore his pin, perhaps, or his ring. She walked across campus beneath autumn trees carrying both a notebook and a future that seemed to be arriving faster than she could understand. And somewhere in that quiet pressure, the MRS joke stopped being only a joke. It became a reminder. A woman could be bright, capable, curious, and educated. She could pass her exams, impress her professors, organize the dance edit, the literary magazine, run the dormitory council, and still be asked in one way or another whether anyone special had appeared yet. Because college was not only where she learned what she could think, it was also where the world watched to see who would choose her before the deadline came too close. The engagement ring was small enough to fit on one finger, and large enough to rearrange an entire life. That was the strange power of it. A girl could wake up one morning as someone's daughter, someone's girlfriend, someone steady, someone still being asked what she planned to do after graduation, and by evening with the ring on her hand, the whole world knew how to read her differently. She had crossed a line, not into marriage yet, not fully, but into the bright waiting room before marriage where everyone suddenly had opinions, advice, questions, and access to a future that had once belonged mostly to her imagination. An engagement ring was not only jewellery, it was public proof that she had been chosen, proof that a man had asked, proof that families had agreed or would soon have to agree, proof that the story was moving in the direction everyone had been quietly expecting since she was small enough to be told she would make some man very happy someday. And when the ring appeared, people looked. They looked at the diamond, of course, the size, the setting, the sparkle under kitchen light, classroom light, church light, department store light. They looked at whether it seemed modest, tasteful, generous, showy, disappointing, or exactly right for the couple's station in life. They looked at her hand when she pretended not to notice them looking. They asked to see it. They held her fingers carefully and turned her hand toward the window. "Oh, it's lovely," they said. And perhaps it was. Perhaps she loved it. Perhaps she'd already memorized every angle of it before showing anyone. Perhaps she'd held her hand over the sink while washing a glass just to watch the stone catch the light. Perhaps she'd fallen asleep the night before with her left hand resting above the blanket because even in the dark she knew it was there. There was real joy in that, but there was also a shift. A girl with an engagement ring was no longer waiting to be chosen. She was now expected to become worthy of the choice in a new and more public way. Dating had watched her. Going steady had labelled her. Engagement announced her. And announcement changed everything. In many families, the proposal itself was not always the private cinematic moment later generations might imagine. Sometimes it was deeply romantic. Sometimes it happened in a car on a porch after a dance during a walk, or in the quiet corner of a living room while the rest of the house pretended not to know something important was happening. Sometimes the boy had already spoken to her father. Sometimes he had not. Sometimes both families had seen the engagement coming for months, and the proposal was less a surprise than a formal confirmation of what the community had already begun to expect. The girl might still be surprised, or she might have been waiting so long for the question that surprise itself had to be performed politely. Yes had its own etiquette. Too much emotion could seem childish. Too little could seem cold. She could cry but prettily if possible. She could be overwhelmed but not so overwhelmed that anyone wondered whether she had doubts. The correct response was joy, gratitude, tenderness, and a little awe, arranged in a way that reassured everyone that the man had chosen well and the woman understood the honour of being chosen. This sounds harsh when spoken plainly. It rarely felt plain at the time. It felt like love, like excitement, like becoming, like the world suddenly opening a door and saying, "Here, this is the room we've been preparing for you." Her mother might cry, her father might shake the young man's hand, a sister might squeal, a younger brother might make a joke and be told to hush. The house would fill with the sound of repetition. Let me see it. When did he ask? What did he say? Have you set a date? Have you told your aunt? Does his mother know? Did he speak to your father? Are you happy? Are you happy? That question was easy if she was happy. It was much harder if her happiness had corners. A woman could love the man and still feel the room closing around her. She could want marriage and still feel startled by the speed with which everyone began moving her life forward. She could admire the ring and still wonder quietly whether the question she'd answered was larger than she understood. But engagement was not an ideal time for hesitation. Engagement was a time for smiling. Once the family knew the news had to be managed. There were phone calls to relatives, visits to neighbours, letters to those far away. Perhaps an announcement in the local newspaper, especially in middle-class and upper-middle-class circles where such things mattered. The wording had a formality that turned private romance into public record. Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so announced the engagement of their daughter to Mr. So-and-so, son of Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so. Notice the grammar. Parents announced, families presented. The daughter was placed within a lineage before she was placed into a marriage. The announcement might mention school's family connections, perhaps the groom's occupation or military service, perhaps the college she attended sometimes in a way that made her education feel like a lovely credential, beside the more serious fact of marriage. The photograph, if included, had to be proper, not too glamorous, not too casual. A composed face, a soft smile, good lighting the look of a young woman entering respectability with grace. The newspaper made the engagement official in a way the heart alone could not. People clipped it, sent it, saved it, pasted it into scrapbooks. A small column of print could make a private yes into a community fact. From that point forward, people could say, "I saw your announcement," and the girl had to receive the recognition with the appropriate modest pleasure. Modest pleasure was its own full-time job. At church, women congratulated her. At school or work, friends gathered around. At the beauty shop, someone asked about the wedding plans before she had formed any. At the grocery store, her mother might be stopped twice before reaching the canned goods. The engagement gave everyone permission to speak about her future as if it had become a shared household project, which in many ways it had. The families now had to meet if they had not already. Backgrounds had to be compared gently. Expectations had to be aligned. Money, though, often not discussed openly at first, began to enter the room. Who would pay for the wedding? How large would it be? Which church? Which reception hall? Which relatives must be invited? Which family friends could not be left out without consequences? What kind of home would the couple begin in could he provide? Would she continue working until the wedding? After the wedding, would that be necessary? Would that be frowned upon? All of this gathered behind the ring. A diamond could sparkle very brightly while carrying a surprising amount of administration. The engaged girl became both celebrated and managed. She was admired, fussed over, guided, instructed, and slowly transferred from the category of young woman to the category of bride. The word bride had its own glow. It softened everything around her. It made shopping trips more emotional. It made ordinary conversations feel ceremonial. It made older women speak to her with a mixture of delight, memory, warning, and authority. They told her to enjoy this time. They also told her what to do with it. Register for China. Think about silver. Begin the guest list. Don't wait too long on the dress. Book the church. Be practical. Be sweet to his mother. Don't let small things upset you. Remember, the wedding is one day, marriage is a lifetime. Also make sure the flowers are right because people will remember. Advice arrived from every direction. Some of it was useful. Some of it was really anxiety wearing a hat. The ring itself kept returning to the center. In photographs, her hand was positioned carefully. In conversation, the ring was noticed again and again. If it was large, people talked. If it was small, people talked more quietly. If it came from his grandmother, that meant family continuity. If it was newly purchased, that meant investment. If it was delayed because money was tight, that too carried meaning. Even love once placed in a ring box became subject to appraisal, and the girl knew it. She knew whether her friends admired it sincerely. She knew if someone paused half a second too long before saying it was beautiful. She knew if her mother seemed relieved, impressed, or faintly disappointed. She knew if his family treated the engagement as a triumph, a duty, or a compromise. By now she'd been reading rooms for years. Engagement gave her more rooms to read. There was also the matter of belonging to him more visibly now. A steady boyfriend's ring or sweater had marked her in a teenage way. An engagement ring marked her in an adult one. Other boys stepped back. Her social identity narrowed and intensified. She was no longer generally available to the world of courtship. She was promised. Promised was a romantic word. It was also a limiting one. A promised girl was expected to behave with the dignity of someone approaching marriage. She could not flirt carelessly. She could not express doubts too freely. She could not be seen as uncertain without causing concern. The ring announced not only love but direction, and once direction had been announced, turning around became much more difficult. Breaking an engagement was possible, of course. It happened. But it could be painful in a way that extended beyond the couple. Families had been notified. Friends had congratulated. Perhaps the newspaper had printed the announcement. Gifts may have begun arriving. The wedding machine may already have started moving, and machines do not like being stopped. A broken engagement could leave marks. On him, yes. But often more sharply on her. People might ask what happened, whether she changed her mind, whether he did, whether there was someone else, whether something had been discovered, whether she was too particular, too nervous, too modern, too foolish, or perhaps lucky to have escaped. Sympathy and suspicion could arrive in the same casserole dish. So doubt, if it came, had to be handled privately. A bride-to-be could admit to nerves. Nerves were acceptable. Everyone understood nerves. Nerves meant the future was large and the girl was sensitive, but deeper doubts were harder to place. Doubt about the man, the marriage, the role, the speed, the domestic life waiting on the other side of the white dress. These were not easy to discuss in a culture so invested in congratulating her. So she learned another performance. The performance of bridal happiness. Not fake happiness necessarily. Often the happiness was real, but it had to be steady, visible, and reassuring. It had to survive seating charts, family tensions, money conversations, dress fittings, and small moments of fear. She was allowed to be overwhelmed by details. She was less allowed to be overwhelmed by the life those details were preparing her to enter. And yet some evenings after the congratulations had quieted, she might sit on her bed and turn the ring around her finger. A new weight, a small circle, a promise made of metal and expectation. She might imagine the wedding, the dress, the aisle, the house afterward, the mornings, the dinners, the children who existed already in other people's assumptions. She might feel joy rise in her chest. She might feel fear right behind it. She might feel both and not know which one to trust. The 1950s did not always give young women much language for mixed feelings. It gave them rituals instead. Engagement parties, announcements, bridal portraits, showers, hope chests, gift registries, dress fittings. The machinery of joy moved forward, and perhaps part of its purpose was to keep the bride moving too. There was always another task, another decision, another visit, another note to write, another woman telling her that this was the happiest time of her life, and maybe it was. Maybe it was one of them. But happiness, when surrounded by expectation, can become difficult to hear clearly. Still, the ring shone. It shone when she reached for a coffee cup. It shone when she opened a textbook. It shone when she buttoned her coat. It shone at church, in the grocery store, beside the telephone, under the eyes of women who had once worn their own rings for the first time, and remembered the strange feeling of being admired for stepping toward a life they had not yet lived. The engagement ring told the world she'd been chosen. The announcement told the world the choice was official, and now the world would help prepare her for what came next, not quietly, not casually, but with ribbons, recipes, linens, china patterns, advice, and the unmistakable message that a girl who'd been chosen now had to become a wife. And before the wedding day arrived, there would be one more soft and crowded classroom, the bridal shower, the hope chest, the careful training for domestic life. The bridal shower looked like a party. That was the first thing everyone wanted it to be. A cheerful afternoon in someone's living room, flowers on the coffee table, finger sandwiches on a tray, coffee in good cups, a cake with pale icing, women in dresses, gloves, perhaps hats if the occasion called for them, sitting with their knees angled politely while the bride-to-be opened boxes wrapped in white paper, pink ribbon, silver ribbon, little cards tucked under bows. From a distance it looked soft, it looked generous. It looked like the women of a family and a community gathering around a young bride to celebrate her happiness, and it was that. But it was also something else. A bridal shower in 1950s. America was not only a celebration of love, it was a classroom, a quiet domestic classroom with better refreshments. The bride sat in the centre of the room and received the tools of the life she was expected to enter, while older women smiled, watched, instructed, remembered, and gently transferred their knowledge through objects: towels, sheets, mixing bowls, measuring cups, tablecloths, pillowcases, a casserole dish, a silver serving spoon, a set of everyday glasses, a set of good glasses, a cookbook with handwritten notes inside. These were not simply gifts, they were expectations with wrapping paper. You can picture her there, seated in an armchair that has been slightly rearranged to make her the centre of the room. She wears a nice dress, not too formal, not too plain, perhaps something pale, because bridal occasions preferred softness. Her engagement ring catches the light each time she reaches for another package. Someone has given her a ribbon bouquet made from the bows because even the debris of the day must be turned into a keepsake. She opens a box, everyone leans forward. This is part of the ritual. The bride must show delight. Not ordinary delight. Bridal delight. A special category of happiness in which even a set of dish towels must be received, as if it contains a small key to paradise. She must admire the embroidery. She must notice the quality of the cotton. She must thank the giver by name. She must hold the gift up so the room can see. The room must approve. Oh, those will be so useful. You can never have too many towels. That pattern is lovely. My mother had a set just like that. The comments are gentle, but they are not random. They are lessons. They tell the bride what matters. Good linens matter. Proper serving pieces matter. A house well supplied matters. A young wife should not begin marriage empty-handed, because marriage is not imagined here as two people improvising together. It is imagined as a household waiting to be properly equipped. The bride is being furnished for a role, and everyone knows it. The older women know what each object means. They know that sheets are not only sheets, they are guest rooms, laundry days, sick children, folded corners, and the quiet dignity of having enough. They know that a casserole dish is not only a dish, it is church suppers, neighbourly obligations, meals delivered after births and funerals, a husband's favourite dinner, a dish carried hot under a towel to a family gathering, where people will judge it without appearing to judge it. They know that a tablecloth is never only a tablecloth. A tablecloth is company. And company in the world she is entering is a test. The young bride may understand some of this. She may not understand all of it yet. She may be looking at the gifts through the glow of engagement, imagining the little apartment or starter house, The kitchen curtains, the breakfast table, the two plates side by side, the romance of setting up a home with someone she loves. The older women are looking further ahead. They are seeing stains, budgets, recipes, in-laws, thank you notes, a husband who brings someone home unexpectedly, a baby with a fever, a Sunday dinner that must be ready on time. The difference between the young woman's dream and the older women's knowledge sits quietly between the cake and the coffee pot. No one says this will be harder than you think. They say, that's a good brand. The hope chest belonged to the same world. In some families it had been started years earlier, long before the engagement, sometimes when the girl was still young enough to think of marriage as a faraway pageant involving lace and church bells. A cedar chest perhaps at the foot of the bed, or in a corner of the room slowly filled with linens, embroidered pillowcases, tea towels, blankets, handwork, and objects meant for the home she did not yet have. The name itself was revealing. Hope chest, not career chest, not travel chest, not private life chest. Hope in this particular form was folded, ironed, scented with cedar, and stored for the day a girl became a wife. There is something tender about it. We should not miss that. A mother stitching initials onto pillowcases for her daughter was often acting out of love. A grandmother saving a table runner might be offering continuity. An aunt giving a recipe card in careful handwriting might be giving more than instructions. She might be saying, this is how I survived ordinary days. This is how I fed people. This is how I was useful. Take it with you. Domestic objects carry memory. They always have. But they also carry pressure. A hope chest told a girl that the future was already being assembled for her before she'd fully decided what she wanted the future to be. Piece by piece, towel by towel, sheet by sheet, the life of the wife appeared in her bedroom like a quiet prediction. Each item said someday. Each item also said, of course you will marry. Of course you will keep house. Of course you will need these things. Of course this is the life you are moving toward. The bride at the shower might not feel trapped by this. She might feel excited. Many did. There is real pleasure in preparing a home. Real pleasure in choosing dishes, arranging linens, imagining meals, building a shared life from material things. The domestic world can be beautiful, meaningful, and deeply creative. The problem was not that women cared about homes. The problem was that homes were often treated as the only proper place for all that care, intelligence, discipline, and imagination to go. So the shower continued. Another gift, another thank you, another little lesson. The cookbook received special attention. A bride might be given a popular cookbook, a church cookbook, a family notebook, or a collection of recipe cards written by women whose names were attached to pies, roasts, salads, and cakes that everyone remembered. Recipes were not only about food, they were social technology. They taught timing, thrift, hospitality, and the emotional management of a household through meals. A good wife, the culture suggested again and again, fed people properly, not just adequately, properly. Breakfast had its standards, dinner had its rhythm, company meals had their own architecture, a man's lunch might be packed with care, a Sunday roast might carry more symbolism than nutrition, a cake could apologize, a casserole could comfort, a badly timed meal could create tension no one would describe as tension. Food was love, but it was also competence, and competence had to be demonstrated daily. The bride smiled over the cookbook. Someone said, "You'll use that more than you think." Everyone laughed. They were not wrong. The laughter made the truth easier to swallow. There were sometimes games at bridal showers, little guessing games, advice games, memory games, harmless on the surface and quietly revealing underneath. Women might write marriage advice on slips of paper. Never go to bed angry. Keep his favorite meal in mind. Don't let little things become big things. Always look nice when he comes home. Learn to compromise. Be patient. Make your home a place he wants to return to. Some advice was kind. Some was practical. Some was a map of surrender written in pretty ink. The bride collected these words with a smile. She might read them aloud, blushing at the more personal ones, laughing, with the room folding them away perhaps for later. But advice once given in public has a way of becoming social law. The older women had spoken. The young woman had received. The terms of wifehood had been stated without ever requiring a lecture. This was how women taught other women inside a world that gave them limited formal authority. They taught through showers, through recipes, through gifts, through stories told lightly, through warnings disguised as jokes, through the phrase "you'll see." "You'll see" was one of the most complicated things an older woman could say to a bride. It meant you are happy now. It meant there is more to this than you know. It meant I cannot fully explain it to you in this room. It meant I have lived inside the thing you are walking toward, and I am not sure whether to protect your joy or prepare you for reality. So I will smile, and you will see. The bride's mother occupied a special place in this ritual. She might be proud, emotional, anxious, relieved, exhausted from planning, and privately grieving the daughter's approaching departure, all while making sure the coffee was hot and the gifts were recorded correctly. She watched her daughter open household goods and perhaps remembered her own shower, her own towels, her own first kitchen, her own early mistakes, her own shock at how much of marriage was not romance but maintenance. She might want to tell her daughter everything. She might not know how. The language available to her was limited. She could say, "Be a good wife." She could say, "Choose your battles." She could say, "Don't expect everything to be perfect." She could say, "Men are different." She could say, "Marriage takes work." But could she say, "Keep a self somewhere that belongs only to you"? Could she say, "Domestic competence will not always protect you from loneliness"? Could she say, "You may love him and still feel invisible some afternoons"? Some mothers could, many could not. So they gave linens, they gave china, they gave recipes, they gave what they had been taught to give. At the end of the shower, the room looked slightly disassembled. Wrapping paper folded or crumpled, ribbon saved, cake plates with crumbs, coffee cups half empty, women standing in small groups speaking softly before leaving. The bride's gifts were stacked around her like evidence of the life to come. So many useful things, so many beautiful things, so many objects that seemed to say you're almost ready. Almost, because the training was not finished. The shower gave her supplies, the hope chest gave her stored expectation, the advice gave her rules, but marriage would give the exam. Every day in the kitchen, in the bedroom, at the dinner table, with relatives, with money, with disappointment, with love, with all the ordinary weather of two people making a life under the eyes of a culture that had promised happiness if she performed the role correctly. For now, though, she was still the bride-to-be. She thanked everyone again. She hugged aunts. She kissed cheeks. She admired the last ribbon bouquet. Her ring flashed as she lifted another box into the car. People told her how lucky she was, how exciting it all was, how beautiful the wedding would be. And perhaps she believed them completely. Perhaps she wanted the towels, the dishes, the recipes, the home, the husband, the whole shining arrangement. But later that night, when the house was quiet and the gifts had been carried inside, she might open one box again. She might run her hand over a folded sheet smooth and new, smelling faintly of tissue paper and somebody else's perfume. She might imagine the bed it would cover, the room it would belong to, the life waiting around it. and for one soft moment between girlhood and marriage she might feel both cherished and instructed, loved and prepared, celebrated and quietly assigned. Because in the 1950s, a bridal shower did not simply ask a girl to enjoy the future. It began teaching her how to keep it clean, fed, folded, smiling, and ready for guests. The wedding day was supposed to belong to the bride. That was the story everyone told her. Her day, her dress, her flowers, her walk down the aisle, her photograph in the album, her name in the announcement, her hand resting lightly on the arm of the man who was about to become her husband. And yet in 1950s America, a wedding day rarely belonged to one woman. Not completely. It belonged to her parents, who had imagined and financed and negotiated much of it. It belonged to his parents, who had their own expectations and their own relatives to include. It belonged to the church, the guest list, the neighborhood, the family reputation, the women who had advised her, the friends who had watched her become engaged, and the older generation that wanted the ceremony to confirm that the world was still arranged in a way they understood. The bride was the center of the day, but being the center is not the same as being in control. A wedding in the 1950s could be modest or elaborate, held in a church, a home, a courthouse, a chapel, a backyard, or a reception hall, depending on family, faith, region, class, and budget. Not every bride had a long train, a formal reception, or a newspaper photograph. Many did not. Some wore a best dress rather than a gown. Some had cake and coffee in a church basement. Some married quickly before a military posting, a job move, or a practical necessity changed the schedule. But whatever the scale, the wedding carried meaning far beyond the couple. It was the public transformation of a girl into a wife, and public transformations require witnesses. The planning had begun weeks or months earlier, and by the morning of the wedding the machinery had been running long enough that everyone was tired, though almost no one was allowed to say so plainly. The invitations had been addressed, the flowers ordered, the dress fitted and refitted, the church reserved, the cake chosen, the guest list argued over with the kind of quiet intensity families reserve for occasions that are supposed to be joyful. The guest list alone could become a small diplomatic crisis. Which aunt must be invited? Which cousin could be left off? Would the neighbour who had known the bride since childhood be offended if she did not receive an invitation? Could his mother add another table of relatives? Would the bride's father mention the cost, or would he simply develop a new silence at breakfast? A wedding was love, yes. But it was also accounting, social accounting, financial accounting, emotional accounting. Every invitation told someone where they stood. Every omission did the same. Families understood this even when they pretended not to, especially then. The bride might have had opinions. She might have wanted a smaller wedding, a different dress, fewer people, more music, less fuss, a simpler cake, a private mourning, a ceremony that felt like hers. Some brides were allowed considerable say. Others found that their preferences were welcomed only when they matched what had already been decided. People asked what she wanted, then gently explained what was proper. Proper had great authority. Proper could overrule taste, comfort, budget, and sometimes common sense. Proper meant the dress was suitable, the ceremony dignified, the reception not too showy, not too plain, the bride modest but beautiful, the groom composed, the mothers appropriately dressed and emotionally restrained. The photographs formal enough to send to relatives. The whole event a statement that both families had managed the transition well. On the morning itself, the bride woke into a house already awake. There were voices in the hall, dresses hanging from doors, women moving between rooms with pins, stockings, powder coffee cups, and lists. Someone was looking for the gloves. Someone else was asking about the car. Her mother had not sat down properly since dawn. Her father was dressed too early and pretending to have something to do. The bride sat at the vanity or before a mirror while her hair was arranged and her face prepared into the official version of bridal happiness. The face mattered. Not too much makeup, not too little. Soft, radiant, young, pure, serene. Serene was the goal even when serenity had not been invited. A bride could be nervous. Everyone expected nerves. Nerves were charming within limits. They proved she understood the seriousness of the day. But she could not appear doubtful. Doubt would disturb the machinery. Doubt was not part of the photograph. The morning allowed fluttering hands, emotional mothers, misplaced pins, and tears over the veil. It did not have room for the larger question. Am I ready to become someone's wife? That question, if it came, usually had to stand quietly in the corner. The dress went on carefully. A wedding dress is not simply put on, it is entered. Buttons fastened, zipper guided, waist adjusted, veil positioned, shoes found, gloves smoothed. A woman who had been a daughter at breakfast became by fabric and ceremony a bride before lunch. The other women in the room helped make this happen. Mother sisters, cousins, bridesmaids, aunts, perhaps a friend from college. They fussed and corrected and admired. They looked at her as if she were both herself and every bride they had ever known. Someone said, "You look beautiful." Someone else said, "Don't cry. You'll ruin your face." Both were expressions of love. That was the 1950s in miniature. Feeling was welcome as long as it did not disturb the finish. At the church, the guests arrived and took their places according to invisible rules. Bride's side, groom's side, family in front, friends behind. Older relatives placed carefully. People noticed the flowers. They noticed the mother of the bride. They noticed whether the groom looked nervous. They noticed whether the bride's father looked proud, sad, or financially stunned. They noticed the dress before they noticed the woman inside it, because that is often how weddings work. The groom waited. The bride stood outside the sanctuary with her father. This moment has been repeated so often that its strangeness can disappear. The father gives the daughter away. The words may vary by ceremony and tradition, and not every wedding used the same language, but the symbolism was widely understood. A woman moved from one household into another, from father's protection to husband's partnership. Though partnership in the 1950s often carried a hierarchy everyone recognized, even if they softened it with romance. The walk down the aisle was beautiful. It could also be heavy. Her father's arm beneath her hand, the sound of music, faces turning, people smiling, the aisle stretching ahead like a white road into the rest of her life. At the end of it stood the man she had chosen, or had been chosen by, or both, because love and social expectation were often braided too tightly to separate cleanly. She walked slowly because brides walk slowly, also because everyone was watching. The ceremony itself had a calm authority. Vows, rings, prayers perhaps, promises spoken in voices that may have trembled. The groom might look at her with real tenderness. She might feel a wave of love so strong that the room seemed to blur, or she might feel strangely distant as some people do during enormous life events, watching herself do the thing everyone has gathered to witness. Both reactions are human. Only one looks better in photographs. The vows carried assumptions, to love, to honor, sometimes to obey, depending on the ceremony and denomination. The word obey could pass through the room as if it weighed nothing, because old words often gain their power by being familiar. Some brides heard it clearly. Some barely noticed it. Some accepted it as tradition. Some felt a small private resistance they would not have known how to explain at the reception. Then, the ring. Another circle. This one no longer a promise of a wedding, but the sign that the wedding had become marriage. The engagement ring had said she was chosen. The wedding ring said the choice had been completed in public and recognized by family, faith, law, and community. The kiss came. People smiled. The music began again. And just like that, she was Mrs. Someone. A new name could arrive almost instantly. Women congratulated her using it before she'd fully learned how it felt. Mrs. his last name. Written on cards, spoken in receiving lines, printed eventually on envelopes imagined on bills, recipes, checks, and holiday cards. The name was intimate and bureaucratic at the same time. It was romance entering the filing system. At the reception, the bride performed happiness at full brightness. She greeted guests. She thanked relatives. She cut the cake. She posed for photographs. She held flowers until her hand ached. She smiled beside her husband while people offered jokes, blessings, warnings, and small remarks about marriage that sounded light and often carried decades of experience underneath. Take care of her. Be good to him. Never go to bed angry. Enjoy this. It goes by so fast. The reception was celebration, but it was also instruction. The bride and groom were being welcomed into adulthood by people who had survived it, and the advice came wrapped in cake coffee, champagne punch, rice ribbons, and laughter. The bride may not have eaten much. Many brides did not. There was too much happening. Too many people to greet. Too many photographs. Too many eyes. Her dress was not designed for hunger. Her face was not arranged for fatigue. A wedding day could exhaust a woman while everyone told her it was the happiest day of her life. Again, both could be true. It could be happy. It could also be exhausting. When the couple finally left, the departure had its own theatre. Rice thrown, perhaps. Tin cans tied to a car in some places. Friends waving. Parents smiling through tears. The bride leaving in a going-away outfit carefully chosen for the transition from ceremony to honeymoon. Not a wife's full wardrobe yet, but not a girl's dress either. Something smart. Something suitable. Something that said the performance would continue in another location. She hugged her mother. Her mother held on perhaps 1 second too long, then released her. That release was its own ceremony. The bride stepped into the car beside her husband. Her husband. The word was new and old at once. The doors closed. The car pulled away. Behind them, the families remained cleaning up, gathering flowers, saving cake, carrying gifts, discussing how beautiful it had all been, and how well everything had gone. The wedding day had belonged to everyone, but now at last the marriage belonged to the couple, or at least that was the idea. Inside the car, the bride might exhale for the first time in hours. Her veil was gone or loosened. Her shoes hurt. Her face ached from smiling. Her ring felt both familiar and impossible. Beside her sat the man she loved, the man everyone had approved, the man with whom she was now supposed to begin the rest of her life. The public part was over. The private part was beginning, and for many 1950s brides that private part had been explained far less clearly than the flowers, the cake, the invitations, or the correct way to walk down the aisle. The honeymoon was supposed to be romantic. That was the word placed over it softly and firmly by everyone around the bride. Romantic, wonderful, special. The first trip as husband and wife, a little escape after the wedding rush, a private beginning wrapped in luggage flowers, train tickets, hotel reservations, and the glowing assumption that two people who had just promised their lives to each other would naturally know what to do next. But many young women in the 1950s had been prepared in exquisite detail for the wedding day, and prepared much less clearly for the wedding night. They knew how to walk down the aisle, they knew how to hold the bouquet, they knew how to write thank you notes. They knew which linens went in the hope chest, which casserole dish would be useful, which relatives must be invited, and which shade of lipstick looked best in bridal photographs. But the private beginning of marriage was often surrounded by silence, euphemism, nervous jokes, and advice so vague it barely qualified as advice. Be a good wife. Don't be frightened. It will be all right. You'll understand. These were not instructions. They were fog. And into that fog the bride was expected to walk gracefully. The honeymoon itself could take many forms. Some couples went to Niagara Falls, that old American shorthand for post-wedding romance. Some went to the mountains, the beach, a hotel in a nearby city, a cabin by a Lake Florida, if the budget allowed, or simply a short drive to somewhere with clean sheets, a restaurant, and enough distance from both families to make the marriage feel real. Not everyone had money for an elaborate trip. Some newlyweds had only a night or two before work resumed. Some had no trip at all, only a first apartment waiting with unpacked gifts and a bed that suddenly meant something new. But whether the trip was grand or modest, it carried the same expectation. Now you are married. Now privacy is permitted. Now the things that were dangerous yesterday are approved today. That change could be dizzying. A girl who'd been told for years to be careful, modest, guarded, respectable, and not too eager, was suddenly expected to become a wife with warmth, tenderness, and confidence. The rules did not gradually loosen. They flipped. One day, too much desire could threaten her reputation. The next day, too much distance might threaten her marriage. The culture that had trained her to say no, or at least not yet, now expected her to say yes with a smile and without confusion. That is a great deal to ask of one white dress. In the car leaving the reception, she might still be full of the public day. The flowers, the vows, her mother's face, her father's arm, the cake she barely tasted, the hands reaching for hers, the new name spoken again and again until it began to sound both elegant and unreal. Her husband drove beside her, or sat beside her, on a train, perhaps proud, nervous, relieved, tired, and very aware that the world now allowed him a kind of closeness it had previously supervised. He may have known more than she did, or he may not have. That is another quiet truth. The culture gave men more permission to know, but not always more wisdom. A young husband might arrive at marriage with confidence, confusion, misinformation, tenderness, impatience, or some uneven combination of all of it. He too had been trained by jokes, rumours, older boys, military talk, locker rooms, magazines, and silence. He may have believed he was supposed to lead here too, because he'd been leading the courtship since the first phone call. But leadership without understanding is not the same as care, and care was what the moment needed. The bride's suitcase had been packed carefully, a going-away outfit, gloves, shoes, night things chosen with an embarrassment no one had named directly, a robe perhaps, a slip, a nightgown, softer, prettier, more symbolic than anything she'd worn before. These garments could feel less like clothing and more like a question. Older women might have helped select them, speaking in light tones, making jokes just gentle enough to avoid saying what everyone was thinking. The nightgown went into the suitcase. The meaning went in with it. At the hotel, everything could feel strangely formal. The lobby, the desk clerk, the signing of the register as Mr. and Mrs. for the first time, the elevator ride, the key, the hallway carpet, the door opening into a room with a bed too visible to ignore, a room that had been cleaned by strangers and decorated by strangers, and was now expected to contain the most private beginning of her adult life. She might set down her gloves. He might remove his jacket. Both might laugh at something unimportant, because laughter is what people use when they are standing near a feeling too large for the room. The bride might go into the bathroom and close the door, not because she wanted distance exactly, but because she needed a moment to become herself again without anyone watching. The bathroom mirror of the honeymoon hotel was not like the mirror at home. It did not know her. It had not watched her brush her hair before school practice smiles, before dances examine her engagement ring, or remove lipstick after dates. It was just a mirror, bright and anonymous, holding the face of a young woman who'd been publicly transformed and was now privately expected to understand the transformation. She might touch her hair. She might look at the ring. She might whisper her new name or avoid whispering it. She might feel love, real love, the kind that steadies the hand. She might feel fear, real fear, the kind no one wants to admit after a wedding reception. She might feel embarrassment, curiosity, exhaustion, tenderness, pressure, pride, and the sudden heavy awareness that marriage was not only a ceremony, it was a room she now had to enter. Outside the bathroom door, her husband might be nervous too, but the story did not always give him permission to say so. Men were supposed to know. Women were supposed to trust. That was the old arrangement. A very delicate beginning entrusted to two people who may have loved each other deeply, but had often been given very little honest language about how to begin. Some couples were gentle with each other and found their way slowly. Some laughed, talked, stumbled, waited, and turned the awkwardness into tenderness. Some brides discovered that marriage was less frightening than the silence around it had made it seem. Some husbands were patient, kind, and aware that love required more than permission. Other women were not so fortunate. Some found the honeymoon confusing, painful emotionally, if not physically, or disappointing in a way they could not easily describe. Some felt that they had been praised all day as precious, and then expected to become available without fear the moment the hotel door closed. Some were too tired to feel anything clearly. Some wondered if something was wrong with them because the grand romantic transformation did not happen inside them on schedule. The culture had promised magic. It had provided very little education. And when magic failed to appear, women often blamed themselves. This was one of the quiet cruelties of the period. Not that every honeymoon was unhappy. Many were not. Many couples remembered those first days with affection, humour, shyness, and genuine sweetness. But the silence around intimacy made every difficulty feel private. And private difficulty has a way of becoming shame when no one has explained that other people have felt it too. A bride could not easily ask her mother afterward, "Was it like this for you?" Some did, perhaps in a careful tone while folding towels or sitting at a kitchen table after the first visit home, but many did not. The subject was too delicate, too hidden beneath modesty, religion, manners, and the general 1950s preference for keeping the most complicated parts of marriage behind closed doors. So the young wife carried her own interpretation. If the honeymoon was lovely, she carried that. If it was bewildering, she carried that too. The days after the wedding could have a dreamlike softness. Breakfast in a hotel dining room, the bride's new name spoken by waiters, a walk near water, postcards purchased for relatives. Her husband taking photographs of her standing beside a railing, smiling into the sunlight. The wedding dress was behind her now, packed away or already sent home. The gifts were waiting. The thank you notes were waiting. The apartment or house was waiting. Life was waiting with an apron over its arm. But for these few days she was between worlds. No longer a daughter in the same way. Not yet a housewife in the daily sense. A bride, newly married, moving through a small pocket of time where other people had finally stopped arranging everything around her, though their expectations still travelled in the luggage. At breakfast she might notice married couples at other tables, and wonder if she looked like them now. Did marriage show? Could people tell? Was she carrying herself differently? Did the ring on her hand announce something her face had not caught up with? The world called her wife now, but inside she might still feel like the girl who'd waited by the phone, stood under porch lights, and worried whether she seemed too eager. Marriage did not erase that girl. It simply gave her new duties. The honeymoon was supposed to bridge the distance between girlhood and wifehood, but no bridge can do its work if no one tells you how high above the water you are. A young woman might step onto it, smiling wreath still caught in her hair, and only halfway across realize that the world she was leaving had trained her for modesty, while the world ahead would require forms of closeness, patience, negotiation, and honesty that modesty alone could not provide. Some learned quickly, some learned slowly, some never had enough language for what they needed. When the honeymoon ended, the return was quieter than the wedding departure. No rice, no crowd, no waving relatives, just a car pulling into a driveway or a taxi stopping outside an apartment building or a train arriving at a station where the luggage had to be carried and the ordinary world was waiting. The bride stepped out as a wife, not symbolically now, practically. There would be groceries, there would be rent, there would be meals, there would be laundry, there would be mornings when he needed to leave for work and she needed to know what came next. The white dress had been hung away, the ring remained, and somewhere inside her suitcase, folded carefully among the things she had worn, and the thing she had not known how to feel about, was the last trace of the strange little journey people had called a honeymoon, as if sweetness alone could explain it. It had been romantic, perhaps. It had been awkward, perhaps. It had been tender, confusing, lovely, frightening, ordinary, or all of these at once. But whatever it had been, it was over now, and the first morning of marriage was waiting. The first morning of marriage did not always announce itself dramatically. There were no church bells now, no rice, no receiving line, no women leaning close to admire the ring, no photographer asking the bride to turn her face toward the light, no cake knife, no bouquet, no careful music, no father's arm beneath her hand. Just morning, a room, a husband, a suitcase half unpacked, and the quiet realization that the performance everyone had been preparing for had not ended at the wedding. It had simply moved indoors. The new wife woke perhaps in a hotel room at the end of the honeymoon, perhaps in a small apartment with wedding gifts still stacked against the wall, perhaps in a little rented house with bare windows and a kitchen that smelled faintly of fresh paint furniture polish and someone else's previous life. The sheets were no longer bridal linens in a box. They were sheets on a bed she was now responsible for making. That was the first change. Objects stopped being symbolic and started needing maintenance. The towels from the shower had to be hung, the dishes had to be washed, the coffee had to be made. The new mixing bowls admired so beautifully in the living room weeks before now sat in cabinets waiting to become useful. The silverware was no longer a gift, it was breakfast. The cookbook was no longer charming, it was an instruction manual with consequences. Marriage had begun to become practical, and practicality in the 1950s often arrived first in the kitchen. A new wife was expected to know things. Not all things, perhaps. People understood she would learn. Older women might laugh gently about early mistakes: burned toast, watery coffee, lumpy gravy, a roast cooked too long or not long enough. These mistakes were considered almost endearing if they happened at the beginning and disappeared quickly. A bride could be inexperienced. A wife was not supposed to remain that way. So the first morning mattered even if no one said so. Maybe she rose before he did. Maybe she'd already been told that a husband liked waking to coffee, or that a wife should make the morning pleasant, or that the first day set the tone. Maybe she wanted to do it. That is important too. She may have loved him deeply. She may have been excited to make breakfast in their own kitchen, to pour coffee into their own cups, to hear him say good morning in this new private world that belonged to them. Wanting to care for someone is not the problem. Being told that care must become your identity is where the air begins to thin. She stepped into the kitchen in a robe or house dress hair, perhaps still soft from sleep face, not yet fully prepared for the day. The apartment was quiet. The refrigerator hummed. The stove waited with the blank confidence of an appliance that did not care whether she felt ready. She found the coffee, measured it, second-guessed the measurement, wondered whether he liked it stronger than her father did, wondered whether she should already know. This was how marriage could make a woman feel behind before she'd even begun. The eggs were another test, scrambled, fried, soft, hard. Did he want toast? Did he expect bacon? Was breakfast supposed to be hearty because he had work? Was she supposed to eat with him, or serve first, or sit after pouring coffee? These seem like tiny questions, almost silly from a distance. But domestic life is built from tiny questions repeated until they become structure. And in 1950s marriage, many of those structures leaned toward him. His workday gave the morning its schedule. His appetite gave the breakfast its shape. His departure gave the day its first deadline. Her labour made the deadline smooth. This did not mean he was cruel. He might have been kind. He might have kissed her sleepily in the kitchen doorway and told her not to fuss. He might have burned the toast himself and laughed. He might have been just as young, just as uncertain, just as aware that the world had suddenly handed him a role called husband, without explaining much beyond providing leading and coming home tired. But even a kind husband existed inside a structure older than either of them. The structure said he went out into the world. She made the world he returned to. If he had a job, the morning arranged itself around it. Shirt, tie, socks, shoes, breakfast, newspaper perhaps, a lunch packed if money required it or custom expected it, a kiss before he left, a cheerful word, a reminder of dinner plans, the door closing behind him. And then the new wife stood in the quiet after his departure. This was one of the first private moments of marriage. The public celebration was over. The honeymoon was over. The morning performance had been attempted. The husband had left for work or for errands or for whatever task marked his day as moving outward. And she remained in the apartment or house surrounded by gifts, dishes, linens, bills, empty rooms, and the question no bridal shower had quite answered: what now? The answer according to the culture was simple. Begin making a home. But a home is not made once, it is made continuously. That is the part the wedding china does not explain. A home is made in dishes washed before they become embarrassing floors, swept before anyone notices, dust meals planned, before hunger turns into irritation, curtains chosen, towels folded, letters, written budgets, watched relatives, answered moods managed, and the constant small effort of making daily life feel natural. A new wife learned quickly that natural was often just work done early enough to disappear. The bed had to be made, not later, now. A made bed said the day had started properly. The breakfast things had to be cleared. The kitchen had to be reset. The wedding gifts had to be unpacked and recorded because thank you notes were waiting, and thank you notes were not optional. The new address had to be written. The new name practiced. Mrs. Something. misses his name. The signature might look strange the first few times, like wearing someone else's glove. She might sit at the little table with stationery in front of her writing, "Dear Aunt Helen, thank you so much for the lovely towels," while looking at the towels folded nearby like evidence. Thank you notes were gratitude, but they were also proof of training. A bride who failed to write them promptly risked becoming a wife people quietly judged. The community had given her gifts. Now she had to demonstrate that she knew how to receive them properly. Each note said, "I was raised well. I understand obligation. I can manage the social details of marriage. You may trust me with a household." This was how a woman's competence was tested in ink. The new wife might also have had a job, at least for a while. Many young married women did work, especially before children, or when money required it, or in communities where practicality overruled idealized domestic scripts. But even when she worked outside the home, the expectation that she would manage the home rarely disappeared. Paid work could be treated as temporary secondary, helpful or necessary, while domestic work remained part of her identity. His work made him a provider. Her work, if she had it, often did not release her from being a wife. So whether she spent the day at home or went out to an office, a school, a shop, or a hospital ward, the marriage still waited for her in the domestic hours. Dinner still had to be considered. His preferences still had to be learned. The apartment still had to look cared for. The young wife still had to become the emotional climate of the home, which is a very large responsibility to place on someone still learning where the can opener is. The first morning contained all of this in miniature. The coffee, the bed, the dishes, the new name, the door closing, the quiet afterward, and beneath it all the transformation from being admired to being useful. During the engagement, people had admired her ring. During the shower, they had admired her gifts. During the wedding, they had admired her dress. But marriage would admire her less directly. It would expect. It would assume. It would notice failures more quickly than successes, because a well-run home was supposed to feel invisible. If breakfast appeared, that was normal. If breakfast burned, that was remembered. If the shirt was ready, normal. If it was not a problem. If dinner was pleasant, normal. If dinner was late, evidence. This is not because every husband was ungrateful. Many were loving. Many appreciated their wives in the language they had available. But the culture itself had a way of swallowing women's labour and calling the result atmosphere. A good wife created atmosphere, warmth, order, comfort, cheerfulness. The feeling that a man could leave the house, face the world, and return to a place that had been prepared to receive him. That preparation began early, sometimes on the very first morning. Still, there could be real sweetness in those beginnings. The first shared breakfast could be awkward and tender. The first pot of coffee in the new kitchen could taste terrible and become a family story. The first apartment might have been small, draughty, and furnished with hand-me-down chairs, but it was theirs. The young wife might open the cabinet and feel a quiet pride at seeing the dishes arranged by her own hand. She might smooth the bedspread and feel not oppression, but possibility. Domestic life was not empty. It could be creative, intimate, meaningful, and full of small satisfactions. The danger was not in making a home. The danger was in being told that making a home must answer every question a woman's life could ask. On that first morning, she may not have known yet which parts would nourish her and which parts would consume her. How could she? She was new to the role, new to the rooms, new to the rhythm of another person's habits beside her own, new to the name that arrived in the mail, new to the silence after he left, new to the strange feeling of being alone in a place that was supposed to represent togetherness. So she moved through the morning gently, washed the cups, folded the towel, opened a window, looked at the gifts, touched the ring, perhaps smiled, perhaps felt a small uneasiness pass through her and leave no name behind. Then she reached for the cookbook or the grocery list or the stack of thank you notes and began the work of becoming the wife everyone had been congratulating her for becoming. The wedding had made it official. The first morning made it ordinary, and ordinary in 1950s marriage was where the real rules lived. Because now she would have to learn not only how to love a husband, but how to keep him comfortable, fed, reassured, proud, and quietly convinced that he had chosen well. Cooking was one of the first languages a new wife was expected to speak fluently. Not perfectly, perhaps. People allowed a little early uncertainty. A first roast could be too dry. A first gravy could be too thin. A cake could lean slightly to one side and still be remembered with affection if the bride blushed prettily and promised to do better next time. In the first weeks of marriage, mistakes could be charming, but only if they were temporary. A young wife in 1950s America was not expected to remain charmingly helpless for long. The kitchen was waiting. The stove was waiting. The cookbook from the bridal shower was waiting with its clean pages and cheerful instructions. The mixing bowls, measuring cups, Pyrex dishes, casserole pans, egg beaters, flour tins, spice jars, and neatly folded towels were all arranged like witnesses. They'd been given to her for a reason. Now they wanted proof, and the proof often came at 5:30 in the afternoon when the light outside began to soften, and her husband's return from work became the event around which the entire household quietly organized itself. Dinner was not only food. Dinner was evidence that she was learning, evidence that the home was functioning, evidence that his day had a destination and her day had a purpose, evidence that marriage, the great promise everyone had celebrated with cake and flowers, had now settled into its proper rhythm. He went out. She prepared. He returned. She received. This was the rhythm the culture praised, and it praised it constantly. Magazines, advice, columns, advertisements, cookbooks, mothers' aunts, neighbours, and older married women all told the young wife in different ways that a husband who came home to a pleasant house and a good meal was a husband more likely to remain content. Contentment was presented as something a wife could produce if she worked carefully enough. Like biscuits, like coffee, like a clean shirt. The phrase keeping a husband carried a whole world inside it. It could sound playful, even practical. A little wink between women. Keep him fed, keep him proud, keep him happy. Don't let yourself go. Don't nag. Don't greet him with complaints the moment he walks in. Have dinner ready. Make home his refuge. Remember that men work hard. Remember that a wife sets the tone. The advice was often given softly. That did not make it light. Because underneath the recipes and smiles was a serious warning. A woman who failed at marriage might be blamed for not keeping the atmosphere sweet enough. If he grew distant, perhaps she'd complain too much. If he stayed out late, perhaps the home was not inviting. If he became irritable, perhaps she had not learned how to handle him. If he looked elsewhere, people might wonder what she had neglected. The husband was treated as a grown man, and also strangely as a weather system his wife was expected to manage. So she learned his preferences. Not casually, precisely. How he liked his coffee, whether he wanted eggs firm or soft, whether he liked onions in meatloaf, whether he thought fish on Friday was ordinary, religious, unpleasant, or all three depending on the week, whether he wanted a large dinner or a light one, whether he considered leftovers sensible or depressing, whether he noticed if the biscuits were homemade or only noticed when they were not. The learning could be tender. It could be a way of loving him. There is real intimacy in knowing how someone takes their coffee, in remembering the pie they like in setting aside the corner piece, because they prefer it in noticing that they eat more when worried and less when angry. Food can be care. Food can be memory. Food can be one of the quietest ways people say I see you. But in the 1950s, marriage script that care often flowed in one expected direction. The wife learned him. He did not always have to learn her with the same urgency. His preferences became household facts. Hers could remain flexible. He liked dinner at 6. She adjusted. He disliked peas. She stopped serving them. He preferred quiet during the first half hour after work. She learned to save her questions. He wanted the newspaper before conversation. She placed it near his chair. 1,000 small observations gathered into a system, and the system was called being a good wife. Nobody called it data collection, but it was. The kitchen itself became both workshop and stage. By late afternoon, the young wife might be in a house dress apron, tied hair-checked lipstick refreshed if she had absorbed the advice fully enough. The radio might be playing low, a pot might be simmering, a casserole might be browning in the oven, a salad might be chilling in the refrigerator arranged more carefully than hunger required. The table might be set before he arrived because a set table said the evening was ready to receive him. The children, if there were children later, would be washed, quieted, and made presentable. But in the earliest marriage before children, the silence could be almost too complete. Just the wife, the stove, the clock, and the question of whether dinner would turn out correctly. A roast had its own anxiety. Too rare and he might frown. Too done and he might joke, which could be worse than frowning if the joke was repeated. Potatoes had to be timed. Vegetables had to be hot but not ruined. Gravy had to behave, and gravy was famous for not behaving when it was most needed. The young wife might stir with a cookbook open beside her, reading the same line 3 times while listening for the sound of his car. This was not simply cooking. This was arrival management. The goal was not only that he be fed. The goal was to re-enter a room that made him feel the day had been worth surviving. The house smelled right. The table looked right. His wife looked right. The conversation began lightly. Nothing difficult appeared too soon. No unpaid bill, no broken appliance, no complaint about loneliness, no uneasy feeling she'd been carrying since noon. The first hour belonged to his transition. His workday had been public. Her workday had been domestic. But his exhaustion had priority. This was not always because he demanded it. Sometimes he did not. Sometimes the rule had been installed so deeply by everyone else that both of them obeyed it before either had a chance to think. He came in tired and expected comfort because comfort was what home meant. She provided comfort because providing it was what wife meant. 2 people can love each other and still be trapped inside a dictionary they did not write. Cheerfulness was the harder recipe. A wife could learn to cook by repetition. She could improve the biscuits. She could master the meatloaf. She could discover that a casserole could save a difficult afternoon, and that canned soup was practically an assistant in a labelled tin. She could learn sales meal planning, timing, substitutions, budgets, and how to stretch a chicken further than seemed morally possible. But cheerfulness had to be produced from the self. That was more complicated. The culture did not ask a wife to be happy exactly. Happiness was ideal, of course. But what it required more urgently was the appearance of pleasantness, a calm face, a warm greeting, a soft voice, a willingness not to unload the day's small frustrations at the door, a sense that home was not another burden for the husband but a reward. This was why women were warned against nagging. Nagging was a word with remarkable power. It could turn a legitimate complaint into an unattractive sound. A wife asking for help, attention, money, repairs, respect, or basic consideration could be dismissed as nagging if her request arrived too often or in the wrong tone. The word did not have to solve the problem. It only had to make the problem seem like her manner of mentioning it. So she learned timing. Not now, he just walked in. Not during dinner, it will ruin the meal. Not before bed, he needs rest. Not in the morning, he has work. The day filled with times that were not the right time. And somehow the right time became very hard to locate. A wife might carry a concern for days waiting for the proper moment to raise it gently. The leaky sink, the money running short, the loneliness of being home all day, the feeling that he did not listen, the wish to keep working, the fear of pregnancy or the hope for it depending on the household, the small disappointment that marriage had not made her feel as secure as everyone promised. But dinner needed to be pleasant. So she smiled. She asked about his day. She served the potatoes. This is not to say that women had no power in the home. Many did, often a great deal. Wives managed budgets, schedules, children, kinship networks, social obligations, meals, church events, neighborhood ties, and the emotional machinery of family life. A husband might think he was the head of the household, while his wife quietly made every practical decision that allowed the household to continue. But power and recognition are not the same thing. A wife could hold the household together and still be told her highest achievement was making it look effortless. The dinner table became the nightly place where this effort disappeared. If everything went well, no one noticed the timing. No one noticed that she had adjusted the menu because payday was still 3 days away. No one noticed that she had changed clothes at 5:15 to look fresh. No one noticed that she had swallowed her irritation before he walked in. No one noticed that she had spent 20 minutes choosing whether to mention the broken lamp tonight or tomorrow. The meal was eaten. The evening continued. Success looked like nothing happening. That was the job. And still there were good evenings, real ones. He came home smiling. He kissed her in the kitchen. He told her something funny from work. He praised the dinner and meant it. She laughed because she wanted to. They washed dishes together, perhaps if he was that kind of husband, or if they were that kind of couple, or if the marriage had made its own small rebellion against the rules. They sat with coffee afterward, and felt for a little while that the life they had been promised was not false. Those moments mattered. They kept people going. A good marriage could make the rules softer. A kind husband could notice more than the culture required him to notice. A confident wife could speak more directly than advice columns recommended. Many couples built lives of affection, humour, compromise, and genuine partnership inside a decade that did not always give them the best tools for doing so. But the rulebook was still there. It sat under the cookbook. It hummed beneath the refrigerator. It waited in the phrase, "A way to a man's heart is through his stomach," as if a woman's emotional future depended on seasoning. It waited in the warning that a wife should not let herself become sloppy after marriage. It waited in the suggestion that if she kept the house bright, the meals good, and the atmosphere cheerful, he would have no reason to drift. No reason. As if husbands were weatherproofed by pot roast. As if loneliness, immaturity, temptation, resentment, financial pressure, incompatibility, and human complexity could all be solved by a properly timed dinner. The young wife might not have questioned it at first. She might have wanted very sincerely to do well, to make him proud, to make the home lovely, to be the kind of wife people admired. She might have found real satisfaction in a meal that came out perfectly in his face, relaxing when he walked through the door, in the sense that she could create warmth where none had existed a few hours earlier. Creation is powerful. But so is expectation, and expectation repeated daily can turn even love into labour. By 9 o'clock the dishes were done or soaking. The kitchen was quiet. The table was cleared. The husband might read, listen to the radio, watch television if they had one, or fall asleep in his chair. The wife might sit beside him with mending a magazine, a letter to write, or simply her thoughts arranged carefully enough not to disturb the room. The day had been successful if everyone was calm. Calm was the visible result. What it had cost her was harder to see. Tomorrow she would do it again. Shop plan, cook, smile, adjust, receive, soothe, and keep the household moving in the approved direction. Not because she was foolish, not because she had no self, but because the world had told her that marriage was something a woman maintained, and that a husband once won still had to be kept fed, kept proud, kept comfortable, kept from disappointment, kept from straying, kept from noticing how much keeping was required. And if the system failed anyway, if love thinned, if silence grew, if the good meals and soft voice and polished table did not produce the happiness everyone had promised, then the wife would find herself standing in one of the loneliest rooms in 1950s America. The room where a woman began to wonder whether marriage could disappoint her, and whether she was allowed to say so. Divorce was the word that waited at the edge of 1950s marriage like a door no one wanted to admit was there. It existed, of course. People divorced, marriages failed, husbands left, wives left. Some homes broke apart quietly after years of exhaustion. Some ended after one terrible discovery. Some ended because two people had been too young, too pressured, too mismatched, or too lonely inside the life everyone had told them would make them whole. But divorce was not treated as an ordinary disappointment. It was treated as a social event, a rupture, a stain, a story that other people would arrange and rearrange until the couple themselves almost disappeared beneath the explanation. For a woman in 1950s, America, divorce could carry a particular weight. A divorced man might be pitied, judged, questioned, or treated as unfortunate. But a divorced woman often became a subject of closer inspection. What had gone wrong? Had she failed to keep him happy? Had she been too demanding, too cold, too modern, too careless with money, too unwilling to make the home pleasant? Had there been another woman? Had there been another man? Had she let herself go? Had she expected too much? The questions could sound sympathetic. They were not always kind, because the culture had spent years telling women that marriage was their central achievement. So when a marriage failed, people often looked first toward the woman who had been trained to maintain it. That was the hidden cruelty inside the promise. If a good wife could make a good home, then a broken home could seem to imply a failed wife. This was not fair. It was also common. A woman might sit at a kitchen table after her husband had gone to work and feel the shape of her disappointment long before anyone else could see it. The house might look perfectly fine, the dishes washed, the curtains clean, the children dressed, the roast thawing in the refrigerator. From the outside, nothing had happened. The neighbours saw the same car in the driveway, the same laundry on the line, the same husband leaving at the same hour, the same wife bringing in the morning milk with her hair pinned neatly back. But inside, something might have been thinning for years. A silence at breakfast, a conversation avoided, a bedroom grown polite, a husband who no longer looked at her with interest, or a wife who had become an expert in being agreeable to a man she could no longer reach. Sometimes disappointment did not arrive as one dramatic moment. It arrived as routine. The same meal, the same chair, the same newspaper hiding the same face, the same question. How was your day answered with the same word? Fine, until fine became less an answer than a wall. And regret was difficult to name in a house full of wedding gifts, The towels were still in the linen closet. The china still came out for company. The ring still shone when she set the table. The photograph still existed in an album somewhere, the bride smiling under a veil, the groom young and straight-backed, the families arranged around them like witnesses to a promise everyone had believed in. How do you say you regret something so many people helped you celebrate? How do you admit that the life everyone called lucky has become lonely? Many women did not say it. They carried it. They carried it while packing lunches, ironing shirts, attending church, supervising homework, and smiling at neighbors over hedges. They carried it to beauty appointments. They carried it through grocery aisles. They carried it into bed beside the person who was supposed to know them best and sometimes knew them least. Some confided in a sister, some in a friend, some in a minister, some in a doctor who might hear the words nerves, exhaustion, trouble sleeping or feeling low and respond with sympathy advice or a prescription depending on the man, the town, and the year. Some women tried harder because trying harder was the only tool they'd been given. Better meals, softer tone, less complaint, more patience, a cleaner house, a prettier dress before he came home. Imagine the sadness of believing your marriage might be repaired if you could only become more pleasant. That belief did not come from nowhere. It had been taught. The advice around marriage often aimed to preserve the household before it aimed to understand the woman inside it. Keep the peace. Think of the children. Men are under pressure. Don't make too much of small things. Every marriage has difficulties. Be grateful he provides. Be careful what you say. Once you leave, you may not be able to come back. Some of this advice was practical. Some marriages did pass through hard seasons and become gentler later. Some women and men found their way back to each other with patience, maturity, and real effort. Not every disappointment meant a marriage should end. Older women knew that too, and sometimes their counsel came from hard-earned wisdom. But sometimes the advice became a blanket thrown over a fire. It did not put the fire out. It only hid the smoke. Divorce could be legally difficult, financially frightening, religiously condemned in some communities, and socially costly. A woman who had left paid work after marriage might have little income of her own. Credit, housing, employment, childcare, family approval, and church standing could all become obstacles. If children were involved, the decision became even heavier. A mother could fear that leaving would harm them while staying was already harming something quieter and harder to measure. The 1950s loved the image of the intact family. But intact is not the same as whole. A house can remain standing while everyone inside it learns to step around the broken floorboards. The children often knew more than adults hoped. They knew the tone of dinner. They knew when their mother's smile had become too bright. They knew when their father's car in the driveway made the house tighten rather than relax. They knew the difference between quiet peace and quiet fear, even if they had no words for either. Children are fluent in atmosphere. They learn the weather before they learn the explanation. Still, many parents tried to keep the family together, sometimes out of love, sometimes out of duty, sometimes out of fear, sometimes because the alternative looked impossible. A woman might tell herself that stability mattered more than happiness. She might tell herself that all marriages were like this underneath. She might remember her wedding day and wonder whether she had misunderstood something everyone else seemed to understand. That is another lonely thought. Maybe this is just marriage. Maybe I expected too much. Maybe the problem is me. The culture gave that thought a comfortable chair. It let it sit in the living room for years. When divorce did happen, the aftermath could feel like entering a different social category overnight. Invitations might change. Couples who had once welcomed both husband and wife might become uncertain. Married women might be kind privately and cautious publicly, as if divorce were contagious, or as if a divorced woman carried some dangerous knowledge about the fragility of their own homes. Men might become too friendly. Other women might become watchful. The church might offer comfort judgment or both. A divorced woman had to rebuild not only her life, but the way people understood her. And people did not always cooperate. She might return to work if she could find work. She might move in with relatives. She might manage children, money, and reputation all at once. She might feel relief so powerful it frightened her. She might feel grief for the marriage she had wanted, even if she no longer wanted the man. She might feel shame placed on her by others, and anger rising underneath it like something finally waking up. Divorce did not only mean the end of love, sometimes it meant the end of pretending, and pretending had taken years of practice. For women who stayed, regret could become quieter, but not always smaller. It might appear in small moments. Washing a glass at the sink while hearing laughter from the television, sitting across from him at dinner and realizing she had not told him anything true all day, watching a daughter dress for a dance and wanting to warn her, but not knowing which warning would be fair, standing in a bedroom with folded laundry and remembering suddenly the girl she'd been before anyone called her Mrs. Regret in this world often had no audience. It lived in drawers, in recipe boxes, in the pause before answering when someone asked if she was happy. And because many women were decent, loyal, religious, practical, and deeply committed to their children, regret did not always turn into leaving. Sometimes it turned into endurance, sometimes into small freedoms, a class taken at night, a volunteer job that became a lifeline, a friendship that held the truth, a private bank account if she could manage it, a library card, a diary, a garden, a part-time job, a room inside herself that no one else entered. Not every woman who regretted stayed miserable. Not every woman who stayed regretted. Human lives are more complicated than any decade's rules, but the silence around disappointment made everything harder than it needed to be. It made women feel alone in experiences that were not rare. It made marriage appear more successful from the outside than it sometimes felt from within. It preserved the photograph while ignoring the woman who had to live after the photograph was taken. The most painful part may be this. Many women blame themselves for suffering inside an arrangement that had been built with very little room for their full humanity. They had been told to be chosen, then to be grateful, then to be cheerful, then to be patient, then to be quiet about the cost. And when the cost became too high, they were asked what they had done wrong. Some had done nothing wrong. Some had simply awakened slowly and painfully inside a life that was too small for them. By the late 1950s and into the early 1960s, more women would begin to find language for that awakening. Not all at once, not easily, not without resistance. But the old silence was beginning to crack in private conversations, in letters in doctors' offices, in books, read behind closed doors, in daughters who asked different questions, and in wives who began to realize that disappointment was not always a personal failure. Sometimes it was information, and that information would change the way America remembered love marriage dating, and the pretty old photographs that never quite told the whole story. The 1950s love story still haunts American memory because it looks so beautiful from far away. That is where its power begins. A porch light glowing in the evening, a boy in a clean shirt standing nervously at the door, a girl in a full skirt coming down the stairs while her mother watches from the hallway, a corsage in a little box, a school gymnasium decorated with crepe paper, a slow dance under lights that were never quite flattering but somehow became golden in memory, a diamond ring held up near a window, a wedding photograph where everyone looks young enough to believe the future will behave. These images are not false. That is important. They are real pieces of real lives. People did fall in love. They did wait for phone calls. They did get nervous before dates. They did save corsages, write letters, wear rings on chains, marry in churches, move into small apartments, burn the first dinner laugh about it, and build families that lasted through decades of ordinary weather. There was tenderness in that world. There was loyalty. There was sweetness. There were men who loved carefully and women who chose gladly. There were marriages that became deep, steady, humorous, and kind. We do not have to take that away. But memory becomes dangerous when it edits out the pressure, and the 1950s are often remembered through their prettiest evidence. The photographs survive. The fear usually does not. The wedding dress survives in a box. The doubt does not always leave an artifact. The engagement announcement can be clipped and saved, but the private hesitation before saying yes may disappear completely. A class ring in a drawer tells us someone was chosen. It does not tell us whether being chosen felt like freedom, relief, pressure, or all three at once. That is why this story lingers. It is both lovely and uneasy. The old rules of love promised order. Everyone had a part. The boy asked. The girl waited. The father supervised. The mother advised. The neighbours noticed. The church blessed. The newspaper announced. The wedding transformed. The kitchen received. The whole social world seemed to know the steps, and knowing the steps can be comforting when life feels uncertain. There is a reason people look back at that structure with longing. Modern love can feel chaotic. Too many choices, too many messages, too much ambiguity, too many ways to disappear. A person can be surrounded by screens and still feel less clearly chosen than a girl once felt when a boy came to the door and spoke to her father in the living room. The old rituals had weight. They made intention visible. A date had a time. A proposal had witnesses. A marriage had a public frame. The community knew what had happened. That visibility could feel secure. It could also feel like a cage, because the same structure that made romance legible also made deviation costly. A girl who did not want marriage on schedule became a concern. A woman who wanted more than the role allowed became difficult to place. A wife disappointed by marriage had few gentle ways to say so. A divorced woman could become a story told in lowered voices. A girl with a damaged reputation could carry a punishment far heavier than the truth deserved. The rules protected some people. They confined others. Often they did both to the same person. That is the part nostalgia struggles with. It wants the porch light without the surveillance, the corsage without the panic of not being asked, the wedding photograph without the fear of becoming trapped inside it. The home-cooked dinner without the instruction that a woman's cheerfulness should repair whatever the world had done to her husband before he came home. Memory wants the music. History asks us to hear the silence between the notes. For many women, the 1950s rules of dating and marriage created a life that looked successful before anyone asked how it felt. She could be pretty chosen, engaged, married, housed, furnished, and praised, while still privately wondering whether she'd confused approval with happiness. She could love her husband and still miss parts of herself that had been folded away like linens in a hope chest. She could be grateful for security and still feel the cost of being expected to earn that security through endless pleasantness. These were not simple lives. No one's life is simple from the inside. The girl waiting by the telephone was not a symbol. She was a person. She had her own jokes, her own temper, her own intelligence, her own favourite songs, her own private hopes. The bride at the shower was not merely receiving towels. She was standing at the edge of an entire social arrangement. The young wife at the stove was not just cooking dinner. She was trying to translate love into competence before anyone accused her of failing at both. And the husband, too, was often inside a role he had not designed. He was expected to provide, lead, know, decide, pay, drive, ask, propose, succeed, and remain emotionally contained while doing it. The system gave him authority, but not always tenderness. It gave her responsibility, but not always recognition. Together they were asked to build intimacy with tools that were sometimes too blunt for the delicate work of being known. Some did it beautifully anyway. That may be the most moving thing. People loved inside imperfect structures. They made jokes at kitchen tables. They saved money for refrigerators. They danced in living rooms after the children were asleep. They apologized awkwardly. They grew kinder with age. They learned each other slowly, sometimes better than the culture had taught them to. They found friendship inside marriage. They found companionship. They found ways to soften rules that had once seemed permanent, but others did not. Others grew quiet. Others stayed because leaving seemed impossible. Others left and paid a price. Others looked at their daughters and hoped in ways they could not say directly that the next generation might have more room to breathe. And then slowly the world began to change. Not all at once, not cleanly, never as cleanly as decades appear in textbooks. But the questions grew louder. Women began asking whether marriage should be the only proof of a successful life, whether desire had to be hidden until it was legally approved, whether a wife's exhaustion should be treated as a personal weakness or a social clue, whether being chosen was enough if a woman had never been fully allowed to choose herself. Those questions did not erase love. They made love more honest. That is why the 1950s still haunt us. Not because they were perfect, not because they were only oppressive, but because they sit in American memory like an old photograph whose surface keeps changing depending on the light. Tilt it one way and you see sweetness. Tilt it another and you see pressure. Look longer and you begin to see the woman inside the picture smiling because she is happy, smiling because she is expected to, smiling perhaps because in that moment both things are true. So tonight, as you settle deeper into your own quiet room, think softly of those women and girls. The girl waiting by the hallway telephone, trying not to answer too quickly. The young woman standing in a gymnasium, hoping to be asked to dance without looking like she was hoping. The bride holding a bouquet while everyone told her this was the happiest day of her life. The new wife in the kitchen listening for his car stirring gravy, practicing cheerfulness and wondering whether she was doing marriage correctly. They were not foolish. They were not merely old-fashioned. They were living inside rules that had been handed to them wrapped in flowers, music advice, family pride, religious language, magazine pages, and love. Some of those rules gave shape to beautiful memories. Some made life smaller than it needed to be, and many did both at once. That is the truth worth carrying gently. If you enjoyed drifting through this hidden little corner of old America with me tonight, take a quiet second to subscribe to the Nostalgian. Leave a comment if there is another forgotten rule, family pressure, or strange everyday ritual from the 1950s you want us to explore next. I always love seeing what memories, questions, and old stories you bring into this room. For now, let the porch light dim. Let the phone stop ringing. Let the dance floor empty. Let the bride put the flowers down. The old rules can rest for tonight, and so can you. Sleep well. You have earned it, and I'll see you again tomorrow night.